quorum being present, this town meeting is called to order. Please rise and pledge allegiance. The mic's not working now. Stand for the pledge. Mic's not working.
There you go. Oh, this one does.
Well, we'll start with this and we'll see what happens. I pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we stated on Thursday evening, we traditionally start a session with the budget so that we can finish it in one night. Here's how we will proceed with the budget. Slightly different process than with the
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yep.
All right, start over. As we stated on Thursday evening, we traditionally begin a session with the budget so that we can finish it in one night. Here's how we proceed with the budget, a slightly different procedure than with the other articles. You'll note that in your packet of motions, the budget is broken into several groups, the B line items, the C line items, for capital and so forth, down to Z. We start with a general presentation of the entire budget, projections by Ms. Angstrom, town departments, Mr. Cornelis, schools by Mr. Milichewski and Mr. Pinto, and a finance committee report by Mr. Ross. Mr. Cornelis will finish with a report on the enterprise funds. Actually, I believe it's Mr. Carnahan will be giving the finance report. Following that, each group of line items will be taken up separately. Discussion and amendments on that particular grouping are permitted at that time. Once discussion ends on a grouping, we vote only on any proposed amendments to that section. Then we move to the next section without voting on the section as a whole. When we have finished all of the sections, if necessary, we'll recess for a few minutes as the various boards reconcile any differences from the original budget. When they are ready, a motion for the entire amount will be made and voted upon. We are now ready to begin. Mr. Bocci moves that we take Article 12 from the table. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, and the motion carries. Article 12, Ms. Angstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, town meeting members. This slide is just showing you where in the warrant book you'd find information. So the overview, there's no votes on the overview. It's just an overview of the budget and information from me and the town manager about how things are going. That's found on pages 43 to 54. Shared cost is on pages 55 to 59, and also charts in the back from 228 to 249. And those are relative to the lines B99 to F99 on the spending scorecard. The town government is page 60 to 134, and those are lines G91 to M92 on the spending scorecard. And the school department, pages 135 to 216, and that represents line U99 on the spending scorecard. And then the enterprise funds, pages 217 to 226, representing lines W99 to Z99 on the spending scorecard. So I'm going to start by going over the town's reserve position. So the town started fiscal 24 with just under $19.5 million of certified free cash. And you can see all the uses that we've used in November, and the last town meeting we used about $564,000, and we're looking to use $4.26 million to support the operating budget for fiscal 25. It should be noted that out of that number, $700,000 is for additional capital. Typically, we do 5% of our operating budget for debt and capital. Over the last 3 or 4 years, we've been doing 5.5%, so that additional 0.5% is being funded by free cash, and it's about $700,000. leaving us about $13.3 million remaining. We have $1.873 million of stabilization funds and $200,000 in FinCom reserves, giving us just under $15.4 million remaining, which represents 12.9% of our net available revenues. The FinCom policy is 7%, so we're well within that range. This slide shows our reserves over the last 10 years and projected out for fiscal 24 and 25. And it also shows what that 7% reserve is. So the blue is the actual reserve position. The red is the minimum reserve position. So you can see in most years we're well outpacing the minimum. In fiscal 24 and 25, in order to derive those numbers, we use a conservative $2.5 million regeneration for free cash. And in fiscal 24, we used about $6 million. And in fiscal 25, we're projecting the $4.3 million. And that's how we got those numbers for the estimated. This slide shows you actual free cash use as opposed to regeneration. So free cash used is in the blue, and the regeneration is in red. You can see all but 3 years, we actually regenerate more than we use for free cash. And even in the years that 2017, 2020, and 2023, where we actually used more than we regenerated, the numbers are pretty close. We're not far off the mark at all. So most years, it looks like we don't use it at all. It was requested that I give you a little bit of information on some of the new grants that we've been looking to get each year and to build on what we're doing for projects. And in fiscal 23, we had $6 million of new grants. In fiscal 24, we have about just under $6.6 million. So we are looking for other ways to fund things, not just through the tax levy and regular operating revenues. This slide shows the fiscal 25 projected revenues as compared to fiscal 24. They're up 3.9% with free cash included, 3.1% without them. Property tax revenue is only up 1.8%, and that's very deceiving because we have Prop 2.5. You know, our tax levy always goes up 2.5 plus new growth. What's going on there is that we have debt exclusion falling off. We have the high school debt exclusion is paid off in fiscal 24, and so is Wood End. So it makes that line look a little funky. Local revenues are up 17.6%. In there is a large increase for interest income because that has gone up enormously over the years, and we've been increasing our projections to use more of it. State aid is up 2.5%. When we're building our budget, we never know what state aid is going to be. So we have an agreement with FinCom that we will use 2.5%, and then they would support any free cash use that is needed at a later date if needed. Transfers from other available funds up 0.7%. And as I said, 3.1% increase without free cash. Free cash is going up just shy of 30% for a grand total of 3.9%. This is our spending scorecard by category. Shared costs are up 2.3%, which is very misleading. Shared cost has a lot of things that are going up and down, so that 2.3 looks tame, but when we get into the details, you'll see that some of the numbers aren't as tame as they may appear. Town government at 4.5%, schools at 4.3%, and the general fund is up 3.8%. The water department is down 2.5% because there's less capital going on there in fiscal 25. Sewer is up 16.7%. That's largely because of additional capital that we're doing. There's a $700,000 vacuum truck that's being split between sewer and stormwater. And there's also some design work for 2 sewer stations, so that's what's driving that increase. Stormwater looks like a monumental increase, but it's that $350,000 for the vacuum truck, and then there's $200 for a drainage plan. PEG access is going down by 13.3%. We get that money from Verizon and Comcast based on subscribers that are subscribing to cable, and it's used for public education. And it's more like a flow through, so we bring it to, we pay it out to RCTV for their services. We have contracts with them, and the capital portion of those contracts has stopped, and so the income is coming down, and that's what you're seeing there. Landfill is level to the prior year. For enterprise, going up 9.2% overall, and the budget overall 4.5%. These are the shared costs. Benefits up 8.1%, capital up 3.3%. Debt is down 20.6%, so that's what makes it look so tame. That's the excluded debt falling off. Vocational schools is up 21.7%, and in that number is the new vocational school capital charge. They're building a new high school, and so there's an additional $160,000 being charged to Reading as part of that debt. And then FinCom reserves, the normal $200,000. So you can see there's a lot up and down, but it's not necessary. It looks pretty tame in total, but some of the numbers are wildly different. For employee and retiree benefits, they're 8.1%. The biggest driver there is the retirement assessment going up 16.4%. We also have health insurance up 5.1%. And all the other numbers are fairly tame. Unemployment, for some reason, in fiscal 23 was much higher than usual, so I bumped that number up to be safe, but sometimes we have to pay for things that are incorrect, and then we have to challenge them. So that number could be a little high. This is the capital for fiscal 25, just over $3 million. You can see all the things we're looking to use capital on this year. $135,000 is the permanent building committee and a Bobcat utility. And then we have a driver's ed vehicle, phone system and technology for the school, computer-aided dispatch system for public safety at $455,000, some technology for the town side, an unmarked car for the police department, $600K to pave Lowell Street, and another $625,000 for road repairs, skim coating, seal crack, and sidewalk repairs. $100,000 for parking lot and fence improvements, $100,000 for rock wall repairs at Memorial Park, another $100,000 for field, playground, and court improvements, $215K for Birch Meadow parking lot, sidewalks, and walkways, and $125,000 for a cemetery car and highway pickup truck, and then $250,000 for a blower unit for their loader. This shows our debt position. It's $4,818,738 for fiscal 25, which is down 20.6%. Of that amount, just over $3.5 million is within the levy, and then the final debt payment for the library is there at $1,279,700. So after that debt payment, we'll have no excluded debt. Most taxpayers would see, with all those excluded debts falling out, about a $300 savings. Debt authorizations. We started off the year with just over $2 million of debt authorization. In November, we authorized the Birch Meadow Phase 2 at $2,140,000, leaving us with $4,220,000. We did not issue any debt yet in fiscal 24, so that's our ending balance. Vocational schools, as I mentioned, that shows you the $160,000 coming out for the capital assessment for the new vocational school, and then FinCom reserves is flat. Matt?
Mr. Cornelis.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, town meeting members. I am going to give you the town government overview. You can see on the screen many departments listed. The total increase in town government is 4.5%. And I'll also note that employee headcount is staying the same at 249 individuals, and that is found on page 61 of your book. I'll now walk through the departments. The first department is administrative services, up 7.1%. That is where the town clerk and elections lies, and we have more elections this year than we did last year, and so that will increase both wages and expenses in that department. We can move to technology, a modest increase in the technology budget. Most of the increases are rising cost of software licenses and subscriptions, but again, not a big increase in technology. We can move to public services. That's a very modest increase of 1.8%. A lot of the programs in public services are still funded in part by the ARPA grant we got, and that is true through FY25. That includes Wellness Wednesdays, Lunch and Learns, and day trips at the senior center. So just a modest increase in public services. We can move to finance. We have a 3.9% increase in finance. The wages are essentially just the step raises and the COLA, and expenses. The main expense there is maintain the regional assessing agreement with Wakefield. That's working out quite well, and that's up 5.1%. We can move to public safety. Public safety is up 4.1%. The way we divide up public safety, there are actually 5 divisions, and you can see them now listed on your screen. And I will go through each one of them and touch on each one of them, but that gives you the overview of the public safety department. The first division is public health. Wages are up 8.8%, and expenses are actually down. And the increase in wages is just due to some additional hours and overtime for night meetings. Not a lot, it's a very small department, and expenses are actually down this year. Fire and EMS, again, well within line. Fire wages are up 4.3%. Those are in accordance with the union contracts that are existing, and expenses are very flat this year at 1.1%. We have the police department next. Police department wages up 4.6%. Expenses, there's no increase. They were kept in line with last year. And again, the wage increase is due to collective bargaining agreements and non-union steps and COLA. The coalition falls within this division as well. We have no change in staffing this year. The expenses have actually gone way down, and that's because we have the opioid settlement special revenue fund that helps us with this department. So we got that through the opioid settlements, and that helps with the expenses in the coalition department. Next, we have dispatch, pretty small department there. Wages are up 5.3%, expenses are flat. It's a union department, so we are in accordance with the collective bargaining agreement. And that ends public safety. We can go to public works. That budget is up 4.6%. Wages are up a flat 4% or an even 4%, and expenses are up 6.8%. The driver and expenses are mostly equipment and maintenance, also some gravel crushing and outsourced repairs and fuel. And the wages are in accordance mostly with the collective bargaining agreements within that department. Next, we have snow and ice funding. I think everybody may be familiar with how we do that. We actually underfund this every year because we don't know what snow and ice is going to be like, and we don't want to overfund it and have to eliminate teaching positions or public safety positions and then have a really good winter and say we wish we hadn't done that. So the number that I'm comfortable with, Sharon's comfortable with, is $675,000 this year. You can see the historic trend lines. We're never like quite on the money, but we're fairly close, and so we're recommending this number again this year. Again, in public works, we have streetlights. That's flat, no increase. And we also have rubbish, which is up a modest 2.8%, rubbish disposal and collection through existing contracts. Next, we have the public library. The public library is up 3.6%. Wages are non-union wages, COLA, and steps. And expenses are increasing through some programming is increasing this year. Not a large amount, but there is a small increase in expenses. And the last one I will talk about right now before I hand it over to Dr. Milachevsky is facilities. Facilities is divided up into core facilities and town buildings. And as you can see, there's an increase overall in facilities of 9.2%. There's no change in staffing levels. It's really the increase in energy cost. And I remember Fidel talking about this last year. It was an issue last year, and it's an issue this year. The cost of energy, mostly gas, but some electric, even water and sewer, plays a role in this increase. And before I get into enterprise funds, I will call up Dr. Milashevsky to present on the school department.
Dr. Milashevsky.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, town meeting members. It's nice to see you. For those that don't know, I'm Tom Milashevsky, and the superintendent of schools. On a side note, before we begin, we'll not be giving a traditional state of the schools presentation at town meeting. We do send out the annual community report each fall. If you did not get a copy, we left some in the back tonight, or let me know. I'll be happy to provide that to you. But that should give a more in-depth presentation on what's happening across our schools. Our presentation tonight will be divided into 3 parts. First, I'll speak about some grant funding that we think has been critical to moving the needle forward for our students that supplements our operating budget. We'll then provide an overview of the FY25 budget, and then we'll close by going through 2 items that I know have been of interest to the community over the past couple of years. That's an update on all 5 of our bargaining units, contracts that expire at the end of the year, providing an update, and also providing an update on our commitment towards moving towards universal full-day kindergarten in the near future. So we'll close with that, both more future-facing items as well. You can go next slide. Great. So like on the town side, the schools are committed to pursuing, securing, and then fully leveraging all grant sources. I think if you ask anyone on our team, we are constantly looking for grants that can support the work happening in our schools. Tonight, I wanted to highlight quickly 3 grants that we feel have been impactful for our students to kind of just showcase what we think are some of the ways that we're using grant funds. Next slide. The first is around $2 million in ARPA funds that we received for the purchase of K-5 high-quality literacy curriculum resource, our core. We truly appreciate the support of the community in this purchase. This purchase allowed us to revamp our literacy curriculum resources to better align with the science of reading, brain research, how students learn how to read. You can see a little bit of the impact tonight. Just in year 1 of implementation, our students demonstrated the 4th highest student growth percentile in Massachusetts out of 306 districts. If you track that historically over the past 5 years, we had been in the hundreds, 2018, 2019, then 2020 shifted to, or 2021 shifted to 64th, 61st, then 4th. We think the big sort of shift there was our movement to our core. We're really encouraged to see that type of growth and movement in year 1. So this gave us the opportunity just to say thank you to the community for investing in the schools through ARPA funding. Similarly, on the next slide, you'll see just some more data around movement we've seen thus far and the impact of the ARPA grant. We're the only district in the state with student growth percentiles above 61, meaning that students are outperforming 61% of their like-performing peers generally in both 4th and 5th grade. Last year, we only implemented in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, and there's only SGPs in 4th and 5th grade. 4 to 5 schools achieved their school records in ELA SGP. So if you look historically at our student growth percentiles in the table, you'll see in the far right, we see 4 to 5 schools set school records. And then in terms of just student performance in ELA or English language arts, our students at elementary outperformed 92% of districts across the state. So again, a huge thank you to the community. We thought it was important to loop back given the major investment that the community made in ARPA funding. The other grant that we wanted to quickly highlight too was a lot of the grants that we've been pursuing for our high school. So for those who have high school students know that we've been trying to drastically open doors of access and opportunity for our students in more innovative high school programming. To this point, we received $317,000 in state grants for high school design, and I'll highlight a couple of ways of what that looks like in practice. So first, we've launched 5 innovation pathways at the high school. This allows students to study a specialized area that may be of interest to them that aligns to an outline need in the state, in the job market. The 5 innovation pathways we have at the high school are now computer science, engineering, digital media, and next year we'll have clean energy and also healthcare and social assistance. And just in our 2nd year of implementation, we now have 182 students enrolled. The picture here is of a student who is playing on a digital Nord keyboard, which is purchased through a $25,000 earmark from the state too. And that's also, we're one of 2 schools across the state to have a digital music pathway. If you're interested in that, let me know. Also, these funds are helpful for us in expanding our dual enrollment opportunities, which in short allows students to get college credit for the classes that they're taking here at the high school. So we are continuing to expand our opportunities for students in dual enrollment. We now have a partnership with UMass Lowell. You should be able to, the next couple of years, continue to hear of more students gaining UMass Lowell credits through taking classes here at the high school too. The funding is directly used for students who are in the innovation pathways, do not have to purchase or have to pay for any credits to receive those dual enrollment offerings. And then last but not least, on the next slide, you'll see grant funding under the same bucket of grants has been used to build out our senior internship program. Seniors who are in good academic standing are allowed to spend their fourth term out in the community on a job site, learning essential employable skills, diverse career opportunities. You see a few of the names of the companies that are listed there, but there's a wide variety. The program's grown from 90 students last year to 180 this year. And also, in addition to the $317,000, a lot of the roles are paid for by the companies themselves, too. So again, we are appreciative of our partnership with the state to help open doors around opportunity and access to the high school. We also think this is just scratching the surface on the amount of grants that will be coming in this area in the years to come. And then last but not least, we also prefer a lot of really small grants as well, too. You'll see here, this is a $7,500 grant from the New England Dairy to purchase smoothie making machines. You'll also see that's a picture up there of the Green Monster smoothie. So what happened was this grant went to purchasing 4 kind of kits that allowed us to produce smoothies in 4 of our schools. We also produced in the other 4 from our revolving account in the cafeteria. We have now been able to provide smoothies at all of our schools for lunch and also at our secondary level for breakfast, which is kind of expands the menu and also provides vegetarian offerings for our students. Shockingly, the Green Monster is the most popular at the elementary level. Loaded with local spinach. I don't understand why that's the favorite, but it is. I think that's also just part of a larger story of just what's happening in the food service department. If you look there around participation rates over the past couple years, or just last year, to this point last year, there was about 24,000 breakfasts sold. At this point this year, we're up to 31,000. And last year at this point, we were 269 total lunches served. This year, 294,000. So we are seeing that our students are showing more interest in the offerings that we're providing. I'd say a similar trend the year before. We were recently notified they were selected as a model district to showcase outstanding school nutrition programs across the state through More Than a Meal tour with state and DESE representatives. We just want to highlight this last one again, as we feel that one way that we think creating some good opportunities for our students is through aggressively pursuing and then trying to fully leverage grant funding that may be available to us. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit now and dive into what's the bulk of the presentation, which is our FY25 budget overview, and I'll move it over to Dr. Derek Printo.
Thanks. Thank you, Dr. Milachevsky. Good evening, everybody. So the slide that you're looking at right now is Finance Committee budget guidance. And so in October of 2023, the Finance Committee voted for the FY25 school department budget guideline of 4%. So this is over the FY24 appropriated budget. So I'll draw your attention to a couple of numbers on this slide. One is the $56,310,811 figure, which is in the total row at the bottom. And that represents a dollar change you'll see next to that of $2,304,188. And this was designed to meet all increased costs that had to do with contractual obligations, mandated services, and investments that are aligned with the district's strategic plan. On the next slide, you'll see the budget development process and timeline. You'll see we followed the tenets that are listed on this slide here, and the budget guidelines were established by the Finance Committee along with the School Committee. We also, of course, heeded our own district mission, vision, and statement of equity. And so the process taken to build this baseline budget was aligning budgets with employment contracts and negotiated bargaining agreements, calculating costs based on historical trends, known service and material rate changes, and anticipated requirements. We also evaluated staffing schedules, student groupings, caseloads based on projected student enrollment, class sizes, and student needs. We redeployed existing resources and used grants and revolving accounts to support changes in baseline operating expenses and fund our investment priorities. So this is the culmination, this meeting tonight is the culmination of a process that began in July. So in July through the October timeframe, We worked on things like enrollment projections, forecasts, and budget building. In November, there was a collaboration with our stakeholders on district priorities and requests. In the December to January timeframe, we moved to publishing the budget book and then had budget meetings. And so we had budget presentations and hearings on consecutive Thursdays through the month of January. In February, we presented to the Finance Committee, and now in April, we're here before you this evening. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Milachevsky to cover investments and focus areas.
Dr. Milachevsky.
So you'll see here a list of the investment priorities and the budget guidance that we developed collaboratively with our school committee starting back in November. I'm not going to go through the full list here, but I'll say that in the presentation ahead, you're going to see that we really focused on the top four. We obviously didn't think we could achieve all of these that were on here in 1 year. First one was sustain and meet contractual obligations. A little later tonight, we will speak about the status of the contracts for our 5 bargaining units, but that was our first priority, to make sure that we were able to remain or become competitive in the market across all of our bargaining units, and also make sure that we were doing that in a way that was sustainable for our district. Second priority for us was making sure we could maintain key ESSER staffing. As many of you know, the ESSER grant runs out at the end of this year. Over the past couple of years, we've really tried to build in those roles into our district operating budget. We had a few roles that we thought were really important for our district, 3 roles, which I'll speak about tonight, that we were committed to trying to find a way to build into our FY25 operating budget. We've committed to the community over the past couple of years to make sure that we maintain a path to universal full-day kindergarten. We'll speak about that at the end of our presentation. And then last but not least for us in this budget cycle was maintaining and expanding special education investments, first and foremost as a way to better support our students with disabilities. And also, I know many in this room have used a phrase of, investing in invest to save strategies and models, and we feel that continuing to build up our special education programming is really critical for the future of our district, both for students and to be as fiscally responsible and sound as we can be. So this is generally a level service budget outside of a couple of things that I would like to share, but there's not a lot of additions to the budget this year for the reasons I just described. You'll see the additions listed here on the screen and also in your budget book. The first addition is increasing speech language pathologist by 0.6 across the district. We have a growing need for students in speech and language, and this was important to make sure that we could meet all legally required services and to maintain our caseloads in a reasonable range for our speech language pathologists. Secondly, you'll see the addition of a 0.5 lead teacher at Joshua Eaton. This is a position that right now is currently in on a 1-year position, 0.5 at Joshua Eaton, 0.5 at Killam. We felt that this role this year in our LEAD program has been really important to supporting the needs of our students with language-based learning disabilities, and we feel that maintaining this position in the budget is critical to ensuring their success. And then you'll see, of course, in the bottom, full-day kindergarten and reducing the tuition by 40% from $2,650 to $1,450. And those are all the preschool and elementary level investments. And then at the secondary level, there's no new positions. The 3 positions listed here are positions that have been in the district under the ESSER grant. And it's our commitment to maintaining these roles. One is a school counselor position at Coolidge. And then you'll see there's also 2 guidance counselor positions at the high school. One is working with students more around social and emotional support needs in more of a social worker role. The other is on with more with our college and career counseling team. So those 3, you'll see those 3 positions now folding into the operating budget. So at this point, Dr. Pinto is going to walk us through the budget by our cost centers.
Dr. Pinto?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So the purpose of this slide is to give you a little bit of historical context, so where expenditures are increasing and by what amount. So you'll see we're separated by cost center, and all 5 cost centers are listed on the left of the slide, and the dollar amounts compared with prior fiscal years, along with the percentage change year over year. So some cost centers are smaller than others, so the dollar change represents a larger percentage change and not necessarily a larger dollar amount. So regular day expenditures, for example, have increased by 3.15% or 1.12 million, while facilities increased by 6.14% or 146K. So just to give you an example. All right, so by cost center. So you'll see here the pie chart provides a visual representation of expenditures as they're attributed to each cost center in the FY25 budget, and the table to the right notes the year-over-year changes. So we can see from 2024 to 2025, the percentage differences in spending are all under 1%. In the sections to follow, I'll summarize them by cost center, and you'll see a summary of the 24 appropriated budget, the 25 recommended budget, and the dollar and percentage change between the two. Next. So the first one is administration. And so the administration, this cost center includes salaries and expenses for central office, administrative assistants, district-wide data, and information management. This accounts for 2.44% or 1.37 million of the total district budget. And the most significant budget drivers here are, of course, personnel and a reallocation of school choice funds. The next cost center is special education, and the primary function of the special education cost center is to deliver special education and related services to students in our school community. This is as mandated by the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, so that's IDEA, and Section 504 of the Americans with Disabilities Act. So we strive to provide programs and services to allow our students with disabilities to be educated in the least restrictive environment that enables them to make effective progress. This accounts for 31.32% or 17.63 million of the FY25 recommended budget. And the drivers here are salaries, they're out-of-district transportation, and out-of-district placements. This is where students have to go outside of our district to receive certain services. Next is a regular day, and the primary function of the regular day cost center encompasses all expenses related to delivering our core general education instructional programs to our students. So this accounts for 58.74% or 33.07 million of the total FY25 recommended budget. And the most significant budget drivers are salaries, a reallocation of school choice, and outside contracts. Next is facilities. And the Town of Reading Facilities Department supports our schools. So they clean and maintain our school buildings, our preschool program, and our central office spaces, which make up 85% of the square feet of all municipal buildings, or a total of 935,000 square feet. This accounts for 3.01% or 1.69 million of the FY25 recommended budget. Most significant budget drivers are personnel, as you would imagine, supplies and materials also increasing year over year. The district-wide cost center consists of budgets for 4 functional areas that serve the district: athletics, extracurricular activities, health services, and technology. The district-wide programs make up 4.49% or 2.52 million of the FY25 recommended budget. I'm going to note each of them in turn now for you. So here on this slide, you'll see athletics in the top left corner. And so athletics program budget funds the salaries and expenses necessary to provide high school athletics. Extracurricular activities, which is below that, funds the salaries, stipends, and a small portion of the expenses necessary to offer extracurricular activities at the high school. And then in the top right is the health services, and this budget pays for the salaries and expenses for servicing the daily medical needs of the district student population of about 3,800 students, and that's preschool through grade 12. So this includes things like mandated screenings, illness assessments, first aid, daily medication and treatments, support of students that have chronic health issues, including allergies and asthma, diabetes, and perhaps neurological disorders. The primary function of the technology budget in the bottom right funds salaries and expenses required to operate and maintain our technology infrastructure, including our district-wide area network, wireless networks, servers, computer hardware, and peripheral devices. We also operate the clocks, the bell systems, and telecommunications equipment. So this concludes my portion of an overview of the cost centers. I'm going to turn it over to School Committee Chair Tom Wise, who is going to discuss a couple of items that you'll be very interested in.
Mr. Wise.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tom Wise, Precinct 4 and School Committee Chair. You see some of the highlights on the screen there, but before I even jump into the highlights, I just want to thank a few people for this. We have successfully negotiated all 5 contracts before they were due, which, if you were paying attention to what's going on in the greater market, is a landslide victory for all involved, because I think we're all very happy. I think most parties came out in a very good way. And I just want to thank personally Dr. Milczewski for the leadership he's demonstrated across the district, the partnership he shows day by day with every single member of the staff, and the rest of the team that was part of the negotiation team. So Director of HR, Michelle Roach, Director of Finance and Operations, Derek Pinto, the RMHS Principal, Jess Callanan, the Coolidge Principal, Sarah Marchant, the Joshua Eaton Principal, Caitlin Shelbourne, SC Member Sean Brandt, SC Member Chuck Robinson for their partnership in the process. I think it's also important for everybody here to know that we took a very different approach this year in our negotiations. We took a long-term view. I think it's very important everybody understands that you succeed with the people in the seats. And it was incredibly important for us to make sure that the people that we had in the seats were happy. But also it was incredibly important for us to look at this from a long-term perspective in terms of what does our forecast look like over a 3, 4, 5-year period. And so thanks to former Director of Finance and Operations, Susan, we were able to have a very good view coming into these negotiations, and we were able to be very proactive in our conversations with the bodies at large. And I think some of them are in this room, would agree that we were very transparent in our process. We were able to show them where we were and able to really kind of bring us to a point where our goal going in was that we move ourselves from the bottom of the pack to the middle of the pack. Quite simply. In some of the cases, we were at the bottom of the pack. So publicly, people would talk about that. I don't think I'm saying anything people didn't know, especially in our paraeducation space. We were at the bottom of the pack. And we made a very conscious effort. Our secretaries were at the bottom of the pack. Our custodians were at the bottom of the pack. We made a very conscious effort of getting ourselves to the middle of the pack as part of this conversation. You all know from the town perspective, from a finance perspective, we are not the Lexingtons or the Winchesters from an income perspective, but we are right there in the middle. Finance Committee has, as they know, a comparative group of 24 people, 24 communities. We made a very focused effort of trying to get to the middle of that 24 communities. And I want to thank them for their partnership in this process as well. Without their help, we wouldn't have been able to achieve what we did. So with that said, our teachers union, they were able to ratify the contract on November 17th, and we accepted that ratification as a school committee member, as school committee on November 30th. What you can see here is some of that work that we did. So cost of living adjustments in the first year, 2.75, 3.25, and then 4 across the board. We felt like it was important to add longevity back to the contract as we were working with our union contract members, and they did as well. So we added in 15, 20, 25, 30, and 35 years of service at various different levels. We also added in an M45 lane from a salary adjustment perspective. We enhanced the parental leave policies that are there, and we integrated an extended school year for our counselors here at the high school, both for the end of the school year and the beginning of the school year. That's more of a matter of fact. They just do that work, so we just wanted to make sure it was recognized appropriately. From a paraeducator perspective, that one just finished relatively. They ratified on March 4th, and we ratified on March 14th, so right in time for this. We did a complete restructuring of the steps and scales for them. Condensing from 13 steps to 10 steps. We also worked with them to collapse the tables from 3 tables to 2 to make it more standard. If we were to look at all of our comparatives, almost no other community we looked at had 3 different scales, depending upon the type of paraeducator you were. So we agreed to collapse that. We incorporated COLA increases at 8.5 and 9%. Those were important to get to us at a reasonable level so that by the end of the contract, they were at that middle of the pack number as we were talking about. We didn't take that lightly. They didn't take that lightly, but it was important for us to get there. We introduced stipends for safety care, specialized certifications, and toileting, which is important in this population. We introduced compensation or enhanced the compensation for differentials with regards to substitute assignments. That is a big issue for them in terms of when they become substitutes and what their role is when they're filling the role of a teacher in the classroom as opposed to just a paraeducator. And we revised some of the vacation time allocation and paid holidays as well. From an administrative secretary's perspective, they ratified on December 8th, and we ratified on December 14th, I'm sorry. Pretty big adjustment, again, in the COLA-related process and getting them to the point where we restarted the scale for year 1, and year 2 and year 3 were 5 and 5.5 in level A and level B. So depending upon what it was, again, managing ourselves to get to the middle of the pack was very important. We also revised the vacation time allocation for them as well. Custodians, in that regard, they ratified on December 8th, and we ratified on December 14th. So right around the same time, as the secretaries, we restructured their scale. They used to have a very, for lack of a better say, convoluted scale where they would go 1, 2, 3, 4 and move up, then they jumped it. It wouldn't move up again until year 10, wouldn't move up again until year 15, would move up again until year 20. So we didn't feel like that was helping us keep the right people in the seats, so we adjusted that to be a 7-step scale and adjusted that appropriately to be eight consecutive steps appropriately. Obviously, you can see some of the rest of the details. I don't need to read all the things on the screen there. One of the big things for them was vacation time, and so we adjusted some of the work there for vacation for them. And then from the last one, the cafeteria employees related stuff, they ratified on February 26th, and we ratified on February 29th. So a complete restructuring of the wage scale for them to bring an increment for them. We also did the COLA increases as appropriate for the second and third years, again, to get them to the middle of the pack. The longevity bonuses, this was an area where we're seeing a ton of turnover, and some of the best people we have in the cafeterias we don't want to lose. So we wanted to make sure we introduced essentially a small retention area. There's a small adjustment in their uniform allowance, again, an additional paid holiday. And one of the biggest things that's going to drive the cost for us going into next year is Massachusetts is mandating for all schools that have free lunch at the elementary level, they must also have free breakfast. So that is an escalator in terms of cost for us. So with that said. The other major thing on our list that Dr. Milczewski referred to before is our universal full day. We've talked about it in this body before, and we've been gradually stepping down thanks to the partnership from the town and the finance committee as well as our financial forecast that we put in place. So back in 2020, we were sitting there at 4450. There were 23/24. We were the highest at that point in time. Again, the next year, same number, 24. We were the highest across the entire state. Only 24 communities out of 306. Is that what it is? So we've significantly reduced that number. 2022, we stepped down to 3,600, so there was only 18 left, so 6 made their way out of that number by that point in time. We were 9th highest instead of the highest, which is big progress. 2023, this current school year, we're at 2,650. We don't know where we are relative to everybody else yet. Going into next year, which is our last year of having any fee, it will be 1,450. After that, 2025, 2026, we will have free full-day kindergarten. And we will have done that through a process of making sure that we can support it within the operating budget. The town manager, former town manager, and the current town manager, and the town accountant have helped us with a community priority every year of $150,000, which helped with that. We have also been, as we step down, working through our revolving account, and we will be out of our revolving account funds in 2027. So the year after we go free is when we will fully wind out of the revolving fund accounts. So at that point, we can close that revolving fund down. But we will manage it. We're managing it so it's as flat as an impact to the operating budgets as we can across each of these periods, and we can absorb it. So with that said, I'm going to turn it back to Dr. Milczewski, and I think he has some fun pictures to end the presentation.
Dr. Milczewski.
So we appreciate all your continued support and partnership in our schools, and I've shared this with anyone in the community when I have the chance, that one of the things I love most about this community is that this community really invests and supports and believes in public education, and we feel that. And we want to leave you with just some of the few of the many, student successes and accomplishments happening across our district. I could pick from hundreds of things. Our students do amazing things each day, but just want to leave you with a few to put a couple of names and faces to some of the things that you've heard about tonight too. So first, on the academic side, you'll see in the top left, those are our National Merit Scholars this year. We had 8 students who are National Merit Commended students, 1 student who's a National Merit semifinalist, and those are students with some of the most competitive PSAT scores across the country. Shifting down, you'll see that's our Coolidge Middle School math team who won the league this year. Not only won their league, but outscored the 2 divisions above them. We're still waiting for final rankings to come out, but we believe and we know that we're somewhere in the top 20 in the state for both public and private schools, and consistently having our students score the top in all of the meets, including Om Patel, Parker Middle School student who just won the 7th grade, highest scoring 7th grade in the most recent meet. And then on the right, you'll see 2 of our 37 students. So Jackie Berner on the left as one of the students who was earned the Seal of Biliteracy, and Corey Keogh on the right. The Seal of Biliteracy recognizes students who demonstrate proficiency in multiple languages. Out of the 37 students, they represented 5 different languages: Spanish, Portuguese, French, Latin, and Swedish. Those students get a seal on their diploma. It is also a major step ahead for them as they pursue jobs and also look for colleges as well. So congratulations, and many more to come throughout this year as the testing is ongoing. Shifting to the next slide, on the athletic side, we know the community really values arts and values athletics. We had many students receive individual accolades in athletics this year, including a couple of All-Americans, Robbie Granara, Finn Granara in boys lacrosse, Anna Bomer, and girls swimming. You'll see 2 state championship teams, the boys lacrosse team on our top left, the field hockey team on the top right. And also another team we're really excited about this year was the launch of our unified basketball team down there on the bottom, which provides students with and without disabilities the opportunity to compete together, collaborate together in sport. The team has had 2 seasons of unified basketball, also a season of strength and conditioning. You'll see the team tomorrow is actually their senior day. If anyone wants to come out and support the team in the field house at 4 p.m. against Stoneham. But it's been a wonderful team, and they've had a great year and a wonderful build for our community. Next up on the art side, you'll see the top left, what's becoming a dynasty, which is the marching band and color guard, back to back to back, 3-time Division I state champions. Below them is our RMHS Drama Club, who for the first time in 20 years competed in the METG One Act Festival, and the first time back in it advanced to the state semifinals. And then also on the right, you'll see Rose Clark, who last year was a gold medalist in the National Art and Scholastic Awards, and this is her receiving her gold medal, which is, again, the highest honor at Carnegie Hall. Shifting gears, many other things happen that don't fit neatly into one of those buckets. On the left, you'll see Reading Compost. These are our students at Birch Meadow who launched a student-led composting program, which has now become the model for us across the district, and we plan to scale this model up with partnership from many of you and many community organizations in the fall to all of our schools, great student advocacy, and then the continued successes of on the right, our RMHS Robotics team, who also won an Excellence in Engineering Award at the recent NE First competition held here at the high school. And then last but not least, something I think we don't talk enough about in schools is just excellence in character. We have students every day. I think our students are just incredible, especially in this area in character. Students on one side, you'll see those are students from our Parker Leaders group. They helped spearhead the kindness kits donation, where they donated, prepared kindness kits to give to the Pine Street Inn in Boston. Every year, Pine Street Inn relies on Parker Group to be their largest donor, and something they say that our kids are always, it makes such an impact in the community in that way. And on the right, a little bit more difficult to see, but those are our 77 Rocket ambassadors at the high school who have taken on a leadership role to be models, peer leaders in helping our community uphold what it means to be a Reading Rocket and RMHS Rocket here too. So again, there's so many wonderful things happening across our schools, our students demonstrating incredible accomplishments and successes each day. It wouldn't be possible without all of your support, and I'd be remiss if I also didn't point out too just our staff's role in making all of these successes possible. We have the absolute best educators across our district who make these types of successes possible each day. So with that, that concludes our presentation, and thanks for letting us show some fun pictures at the end to conclude. Appreciate the continued partnership and support.
Mr. Cornelis.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And thanks, those pictures were great. That's a hard act to follow, but I will bat cleanup tonight and talk a little bit about enterprise funds. So I will go through each fund individually, but just a bit of an overview. The Select Board will hold a public hearing in June to set rates. Tiered billing is now in effect for both water and sewer. And Sharon touched on this earlier, but we have some capital items this year, one being a vacuum truck that's split between sewer and stormwater, and also some design work for 2 new sewer stations. So Water Enterprise Fund, again, the Select Board will have a hearing on the rates in June. The net budget increase here is 2.9%. You can see the math worked out there if you're interested in that. But again, 2.9% and a hearing to come. Sewer, same. The Select Board will have a hearing upcoming in June on this. The increase here is 6.4%. And again, the increase is driven by the capital items that we talked about earlier, vacuum truck, designed for the sewer stations and sewer main projects. Stormwater, that will be, as it was in prior years, $60 residential per single-family home. It's unchanged. The Select Board will have a hearing on this as well. And you see an increase there of 14.4%, again, driven mostly by capital. There's a draining master plan that is there for the community, and also the vacuum truck that we've talked about already about 3 or 4 times. And now we have PEG access. This was touched on earlier. This is essentially just a pass-through. The money comes from Comcast and Verizon after we negotiated licenses with both of them years ago, and the money goes to RCTV. This year, that amount is $540,000. And the last enterprise fund is the landfill enterprise fund. And before my time in Reading, apparently where Jordan's Furniture is now, there was a landfill. And so this is essentially an escrow account. So the developer provides us with roughly $40,000 a year, and they do some testing and monitoring. And when that is concluded, we return that money to them. It's not a bond; it's actual cash, from what I hear. And that will proceed until 2034. That's actually required by DOR, and that's how we maintain that fund. So, Mr. Moderator, that concludes the budget presentations for tonight, and we can proceed with questions.
Okay, first, we need a FinCom report. Mr. Carnahan.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Joe Carnahan, Precinct 7, Finance Committee. After 3 weeks of presentations, at our meeting on March 13th, 2024, the Finance Committee voted 8-0-0 to recommend this budget to town meeting. I would like to add that I was homesick with the flu. Had been present, we would have voted 9-0. I would have voted recommend as well. I assume this is why Ed made me do the report. Finally, I would like to note one very minor correction to what's printed in the warrant. It says that our votes on each of the lines in the budget are in the spending scorecard. Some wires must have been crossed because I didn't see them there just now. But for the record, we did discuss and vote on every single line in the budget on the spending scorecard and voted unanimously in favor of each one. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we begin debate. We'll start with the line item B99, benefits. Is there discussion? None appearing. We will move on to C, capital. Any discussion? Oh, yes, Mr. Piliowski.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. No actual discussion, just pointing out that there's nothing on the screen right now, and it would be helpful for us to be able to see what we're discussing. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait a second and see if we can get that up.
Just 1 minute.
All right, I didn't realize it wasn't up there. I'll go back for a second. Any discussion on B? None. Okay, any discussion on C? All right, we will move to D, debt. Any discussion? None appearing. Section E, vocational education. Yes, Mr. Sasso.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Sasso, Precinct 2. Just with regards to line item E99, the vocational, is it possible in the future to break out the expense that's being charged, which is different than the tuition? Is it actually being broken out when you're billed that from the town? Okay, just a request that, in the line items in the budget where we see the the Northeast Regional, it's got the tuition cost, well, it has, right now it's just one line item. But if you could break that out so we could see it over time, because I know that's going to be it's not really debt, but it's effectively the debt that we're paying to them through that line item.
Mr. Canales, do you have a comment?
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on vocational? Okay, on to section F, which is the FinCom Reserve Fund. All right, section G, 91 and 92, which is administrative services. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, did I miss somebody? Oh, Mr. Brown, I'm sorry.
Good morning. Where does the economic development person come in on this whole thing? What line can I want to make an amendment, but I'd like to know where I can make the amendment.
Mr. Canales?
Mr. Brown, that's under the public services budget?
Is it? Yeah.
Public services, so we're on
And
administrative.
we're on public services right now?
We're on administrative services. We'll get to public services in just a
Okay,
minute, though,
let me
okay?
know.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on that section? You're welcome. Okay, section G 91A, which is technology wages? Nope. Okay. Section 8, public service wages? Nope. Oh, Mr. Brown? Yes, Mr. Brown. I'm sorry, you're right behind that screen. I'm sorry, I've been missing you.
I'm not going to move too much longer. Okay, where do we come up with the economic development position? Where does this show up in there?
Mr. Canales?
Yes, so referring to your book, it's on page 78. If you look at community development wages,
Okay. Okay, I'd like to cut that out of the thing so that the total funding is only $50,000, I believe it is. Amend it down to 50,000. Can we? Now I got to put my glasses back on. Don't get old.
Okay, so you're making a motion to reduce it to 50,000?
Yes. I believe that's the wages for the plumbing and building inspector, et cetera.
Okay. Is there a second, first of all? Second? Yes. Mr. Brown, you have more comments?
Thank you. Most of you don't realize where this service came from. We were just talking about the landfill a few minutes ago, and that's exactly where it started. When Dickinson Development came in to build Jordan's and Home Depot, the town, rightfully so, charged them extra because they didn't have the expertise to do it. So out of that, and if you read the background on the revolving fund for this, there's nothing in here that states that we are going to fund a economic development person from it. So I don't know how we justify spending that money. And also, I believe the total amount of money in that account right now is $781,916. And I'm sure we can find better places to use it than an economic development commission. It's been my observation over the years that we have had them. They come in here and they look at the same places which we have no jurisdiction on, behind the light department and Dana's property. So I feel like any other investor, I want a return on my investment. As far as I can see, there is no return to the town for his salary. Thank you.
Okay, we now have a motion before us to reduce that amount to 50,000. Is there any discussion on the proposed amendment? Hold on one second, I'm sorry. Oh, reduce it by 50? Let me get that straight. Are you reducing it by 50,000?
No, I want it to end up being 50,000,
To end up being 50,000.
whatever the amount that has to come off with.
So, Mr. Brown, you're reducing the line item of the salary to, by 50,000, correct?
No, I want to end up with a total 50,000 that's going to support the inspectors. I want to cut out the economic development persons all the way through.
So right now, the line item for the expense is $1,479,684. You want to reduce that to 50,000?
I want to take out what, above the 50,000, that's, I don't care what the figure is.
Okay, so if we have a line item for salary of $1,479,684, it'll be reduced by 50,000 to $1,429,684.
If the essence is it ends up taking out the person, that's what I want. I don't know if I'm making myself clear or what.
Yeah, you can reduce. Mr. Canellis? Yeah, you can do that, yeah. Oh, okay, Mr. Canellis? Pardon me? Oh, no, I'm asking if you want to speak on it.
Yeah, we're still trying to, figure out the exact way this motion is going to work. I will say, though, that this position has been funded this way for many years, going back to just about the beginning of my time in Reading. So at least over 6 or 7 years, that's the way it has been funded. That position is sort of our bridge to the Reading business community. So it's not just looking at a site here and there for potential development. There's day-to-day contact with the business community. And also, we've recently changed the description to add more planning responsibilities. If those of you who were here Thursday night heard from Andrew, this would come under Andrew's department, and we are needing some planning help there. So it's an important position for us, and I just want to state that for the record.
Okay, before we begin, go any further, it sounds as if you want to reduce the line item by $98,700. Is that correct?
How much?
Is that the line item that you want cut? Yes, it is? So the total amount would be the $1,479,684 minus that, which I think comes out to... Okay. I just want to make sure we know what we're voting on.
That's 90,700.
98,700, is that?
Okay. She just showed me that it's 98,700 is the salary of the economic development.
So you want to reduce that $1,479,684 by 98,700? Okay, that makes more sense. Okay.
Sorry it took a long way to get there.
No problem. Okay, we just want to make sure we had it right. Is there a second on that motion? Second, okay. For discussion on the proposed amendment, I think I saw a hand over here. Yes. Ms. Whitelam?
Hi. Woo. Hello. Liz Whitelam, Precinct 4, also the owner of Whitelam Books on Main Street in Reading. This proposal is upsetting and absurd for a member of the business community. When I was looking to open my business in town, meanwhile, I've been a resident here for well over 20 years. My business has been here for about 7. When I was looking to open this business, I consulted Andrew Corona, who was our first economic development director, and I was happy to have that resource as I was considering whether or not to make this investment in our community. And let me be clear, opening a store is an investment in the community. That was a big part of my motivation for doing this. Anybody who knows anything about books knows it has nothing to do with making money. Getting the information that I needed from Andrew to begin with in terms of demographic information, income information, and then getting understanding of available properties was the first of many steps to opening my business. In the subsequent years of running my business, I relied on Erin Schaefer when she was in the role, who incidentally worked very closely with the town and state agencies and the Board of Health and many others to help guide and shepherd many of us through the coronavirus pandemic. If you have all forgotten how hard it was to run a business over those 3 years, I cannot underscore enough the importance of the role of the Economic Development Director in supporting all of the businesses in town. And then following Erin's departure, the support that we had from Ben Cares, building off the work that Andrew and Erin had done to improve communication with the town and the businesses, to provide opportunities for grant funding, And I will also just point out, for those who like to focus on math rather than just qualitative value, that I believe Ben was responsible for over, let's say, close to $1 million in grants and earmarks that this community received over the last years. So for a return on investment of about $97,000, my money is on the 10-to-1 return. Thanks very much. So I don't want to take another minute to discuss diminishing this role that is important to so many businesses in town. Thank you.
Further discussion on the proposed amendment? Further discussion on the proposed amendment? None appearing. Are we ready for the vote? We are voting to reduce the amount by $98,700 to a total of $1,380,984. All those in favor of the proposed amendment, please raise your hand. Those opposed? And the motion does not carry. All right. Further discussion on the public service wages? Not appearing. We'll move on to Section I, finance wages. Not appearing. We'll move on to public safety wages. Not appearing. We'll move on to the public works wages. Mr. Sasso, and then the two of them over there. Mr. Sasso, then Ms. O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Sasso, Precinct 2. I had a question. I was trying to find this in the book, and I'm not sure if it's in this section or would be under the next section. But there was a request put forth from some residents in town regarding reviewing the Salem Street crosswalk into, or a potential crosswalk into Memorial Park. I was just wondering if that project is in the budget in that area. I was trying to look through this sheet to see if I could find the line item. It was I think it was about a $40,000 or $50,000 study cost or assessment that was going to be done.
Mr. Cornelis.
Hi, thank you. I'm familiar with that request. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to maybe check with the DPW director to see if that is actually funded somewhere.
Okay.
But I am familiar with the request for the sidewalk, for the crosswalk. FY24? Okay. Okay. So I believe it was funded in the FY24 budget. Are you looking for just a status report on it, or?
If it was in the budget, I'll follow up then.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Ms. O'Neill?
Mary Ellen O'Neill, Precinct 6. I just have a comment and two quick questions. One is, I feel all our town departments are important, but I do want to kind of call out the Public Works Department, because I think as we go through the growth and change as we will in the future, maintaining the appearance of our town and our amenities is really important in keeping everyone's morale up. So I appreciate the street sweeping and all the other great things, tree planting, et cetera, that the department does do. I want to ask a question about the future, and I also want to ask a question about sidewalks. I wanted to ask who participates in deciding where new sidewalks will go in. I think there needs to be some resident input into that. And second, I want to ask, I know we're doing different things in terms of climate catastrophe issues, but are we doing some planning from the DPW side of how to handle the increased erosion, flooding, and damage to our infrastructure from the climate change? And do you foresee increasing the budget in the future? So sidewalks and the future impact of climate issues. Thank you.
Do we have a response? Mr. Cornelis.
Yes, thank you for the questions. I know, sidewalks are very expensive, so we try to plan well ahead for those. We get our information from residents. We bring that information we call it the PTTTF, but it's, parking traffic task force. To see if it's merited, we run things by the obviously the engineering department to see if it's possible. We do get a lot of requests for sidewalks. A lot of people want sidewalks on their street, but it's a big ticket item. So if it meets the engineering standards and the public safety standards, it's something we do fund. We do sidewalks, but it's hard to give everybody what they want. We're open to public input. I do get public input and requests for sidewalks all the time, and we talk about it internally and, you know, make the best decisions we can based on the funding, but we do that. And in terms of climate, I know this year with flooding, it's been bad. I mean, we're not the only ones. The surrounding towns and even across the country, flooding is certainly a concern. We do send crews out there to help when we can. I think some long-term thinking is appropriate because it sort of seems to be new for us. We've seen historic kind of flooding in places that hadn't flooded before. So I think the point is well taken, that we will look ahead and to see what we can do to mitigate that. But on a case-by-case basis, we do what we can, what we're legally allowed to do within the structure that we have. So thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll get there. On page 124 of the warrant report, it noted that the Veterans Memorial Fund funded the flowers for the veterans every year. In there, they gave a figure of $3,000. We just appropriated $6,825 for flowers next year. So I don't know where they got that figure. And we will be putting them out this year. We ordered 3,550 flowers for 2,476 veterans, 46 veterans that have passed away since the Civil War.
Further discussion? None appearing. We'll move on to the next section, which is Public Works snow and ice expense. Any discussion? None appearing. Library wages. Oh, is there a question? No. All right, we'll move on to core facilities. Next is town buildings. Okay, next is school department. Yes, right here in the middle.
Hi, Dan Malone, Precinct 6. I'm going to crouch. Great presentation, and congrats on getting the negotiations all together. Would love to see, I don't know if you guys look at gearing ratios of like budget per student, teachers per student, like admins per student. I think that would be really helpful. I didn't see it in here. I saw a number of students, but not like the normalizations. I think it would be really helpful to see that, just to like digest how things move over time, even comping to like other communities, other districts. On a related thing, I know like shared services might be hard to kind of put, like attribute across the different departments in town, but I think if there's a way to attribute something like benefits back to like, again, like kind of like to get a full sort of all-in picture of, because I love thinking long-term. I heard the comment of we're you know, thinking long-term. I think, you know, pulling in like pensions, benefits, kind of like everything, I think would help just give a full all-in picture. But yeah, great presentation. Thanks.
There was another hand right behind it. Yes, Ms. Doxer.
Linda Snow Doxer, Precinct 1. I want to thank the school committee and the school central office and all involved in the successful negotiations. I love that. The goal was to keep our talented staff and bring the level of their compensation and hopefully their situation, their teaching situation and working situation up, as Mr. Wise said, to at least the middle. ground. I have a question to ask. It's so important to the success of our teachers, our paras, everybody, that we have talented substitute teachers as well, and it wasn't clear to me through the budget document what happened with the compensation for substitute teaching. I know that when substitute teachers are not available, then paras are pulled out. As you mentioned, that they're getting more compensation for doing that job, but it still leaves the plans for special education students in jeopardy or challenged. So I just was wondering if you could address that. Thank you.
Do we have someone to address that? Okay. Mr. Wise?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tom Wise, Precinct 4 School Committee Chair. I think first and foremost is, as you know, Linda, it's not a negotiation item. It's not covered by the union. So we can adjust as we see fit, and we have adjusted over the last few years as we've seen fit. I see Erin's nodding her head right behind you. So I think we've taken it up to 125 per day for any substitute that needs to come in. We've also opened the doors for a lot of different ways to achieve substitutes. To help fill some of the gaps. Some of your students may actually have been substitutes. I know mine has. So we're trying to make sure we address all of that. We do have, Director of HR Michelle Roach has been phenomenal in regards to really kind of looking at the landscape, checking with other districts, what their rates are, talking with some of the staff, and some of them are here in the room as well, about what the differences are for our rates versus others, and trying to make sure our postings are out in time. Our rates of acceptance have gone up over the last couple of years in terms of filling the substitute rates, but it's nowhere near 100%. I don't think any district is anywhere near 100%. There's just an overall staff shortage in that regard. But overall, we've made some progress there. And if we see a need, we can adjust that within the realms of our greater budget without any sort of other negotiation or union contract conversations.
Further discussion? Yes, Mr. O'Neill?
John O'Neill, Precinct 6. I have a comment and then a question. The comment is, I was, very happy. I'm sure most of the town is in the plan to phase out the cost for the full-day kindergarten. But the other day when I read in the newspaper that the fees for all the activities of the school are continuing to climb, and I can recall the days when the fees were first instituted, and that was a time at which there was a lot of layoffs, there was cutbacks, they were talking about just eliminating, sports and some of the other extracurricular activities, which I think are an important part of the whole educational system. And almost in the Sunday library hours, that's when that was eliminated. To my recollection, every single thing that was cut that time has been now restored, and in fact, additional resources in many of the departments. And so I would hope there would also be a 5-year plan or whatever it is that we phase out, because hard times are going to come again. And if the fees keep on going up, we'll have to double them at some point. I'd rather see us have a plan anyway to reduce the fees over time. So that's my comment. The question is on the Special Education Stabilization Fund. I know that we started, which I thought was a great idea. I didn't see anything in it for FY 24 or 25, and I was wondering if that's a timing issue that we don't know until later in the year as far as what monies the school department may have before they decide, because I think it was up there like 600,000 or something like that we can go up to. Okay.
Dr. Malachewski?
First, I appreciate your comment, and I can assure you that we don't take lightly, the conversation around increasing fees. A little bit of context for those who weren't following. We're constantly looking at all of our sort of user fees, and at times, and some we hadn't had adjustments in some cases 10 years, and in many cases several years. And we feel like, I'll give an example, athletics. Part of the challenge is we've added a couple of stipends for new assistant coaches. Transportation's gone up in terms of our busing to events. League fees and dues have gone up, and we've just tried to, figure out a way to reconcile that. And I think your feedback's spot on, because we've heard that from other in the communities that we should be finding ways to lessen the burden on our families instead of try to increase the cost. So I don't have a path necessarily to get us there now, but know that I hear your comment, and I think that's been lifted by others.
Because I think the timing was particularly bad when I saw in the budget that they added an assistant athletic director, which I'm not saying isn't needed, but like I said, fees are going up and you're adding a position. And
Just a good question, just to clarify, we did not add assistant athletic director. That was something that someone hoped to add that came out. That section of the budget, there's a section in here that says that here's some things that were elevated in the budget process of things that people would like to add, but there was not, there has not been the addition. I agree with you, that would have been a really bad look. I agree with you. So around the special education reserve fund, which now is $175,000, you'll see that's a decision that's made at the end of the year, depending on where our district is with end of year savings. We can go up to 2% of net school spending to be able to go up. So we can go up a little bit. I think we feel okay with where we are right now. We did not need to dip into or did not plan to dip into those funds this year, but it does allow us to invest in some other areas that if we didn't have that stabilization fund, we'd have to budget a little bit more conservatively. But that should be made at the end of the year, and I haven't had conversations yet with the school committee about goals of what we would like to be able to allocate that fund. I think last year the conversation was we felt that it was important that we are able to provide some funding in the stabilization fund, but also return some funding to free cash as well to be able to be good stewards in the same way that we continue to be supported by free cash as well. So I don't think you can expect just from myself or likely, hopefully I'm not speaking out of turn, the school committee to advise that we give all excess funding or end of year funds to the stabilization fund, even if we were able.
No, I was thinking of a similar amount that you had last year.
Great.
No, because it was clear that free cash was still an important consideration.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a great point.
Further discussion on this section? Mr. Sasso.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Sasso, Precinct 2. I feel like I'm up here every year asking the same question, but I just want to make sure I understand this. So the overall school budget, the motion here is for $56 million. The operating is the $48 million. So the difference is primarily the accommodated cost. Is that correct? And I'm just curious because I want to just try to reconcile again. So for example, in the special ed budget under the schools, the FY25 is estimated at $3.5 million for out-of-district tuition, and then when I look at the accommodated cost, it's what is it? It's basically $6 million, and then there's also the differences in the transportation. So I'm just curious again, just to make sure I understand where all these numbers are coming from, where the discrepancies are in those numbers. Sure. So on page 194 of the budget, you have your out-of-district special ed tuition, which is for FY25, it's $3.565 million. And then on page 52, which is where the summary of the accommodated shared cost, you have out-of-district special ed tuition 6.029. So I'm just wondering where the discrepancy is in that. And again, just to make sure I understand where these numbers are coming, I do look at this every year and I have, I think, the same question.
Mr. Pinto?
Good evening. Thanks for the question. So this is one that I'll have to go back and research as to what the difference is between the number that's presented on page 52, 53. We take, when we receive the budget allocation, we took the accommodated costs were lined out as a full $6 million. And so what happens over the course of the year is we continue to monitor those out-of-district placements. It's a dynamic figure that's changing constantly. We have to make our best educated guess going forward for FY25. But we monitor those on a monthly basis, all of the placements, and then potential cases for out-of-district. Out-of-district is comprised of multiple buckets. It could be out-of-district placement at a school that's in-state, out-of-state, or it could be a residential placement or a placement at a collaborative. So there are a lot of dynamics with this one, but I'll be happy to do some further.
Yeah, it's a relatively large discrepancy, so I was just curious. I mean, I'm relatively familiar with the special ed funding from the tuition and transportation standpoint. And I know you get feedback from the state for reimbursement based on the latest sped law for transportation, and then some percentage of your actual spend. So this seemed to be right, and when I look back here, it just seemed to be a little bit off. So if you could get an answer to that, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly, I'll be happy to do that.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Further discussion on the school budget? Yes, Mr. Ventura?
Mark Ventura, Precinct 2. I think I say this every year and sort of along Mr. Sasso's lines. The out-of-district placements are fairly expensive, and I think I brought this up maybe 4 years ago. It was during the landmark study. We should be trying to provide those services, and a lot of, some out-of-district placements serve their purpose, but it would be better if we have those services in town and make a real effort for that. You stated last year it was $6 million. Out of that $6 million, how many students were placed out of district, and what's the average cost per student? I could imagine transportation is probably upwards around $32,000 maybe. I have a little experience, depending on what school they go to, obviously, but for some, it's upwards of $30,000, and costs could be upwards $60,000, $70,000. You might be looking at $100,000 per student. If you just potato math in my head, that's almost a full-time teacher for every student. So I think we should make a real, and I know Mr. Wise is working diligently on this, and the school committee is, but I'd like to see a real push to bring those services for that we can, in district, and limit the out-of-district placements if we can do that. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Thanks.
Oh, Mr. Pinto?
Sorry, I did want to just
Yes,
offer
go
a
ahead.
brief comment. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So thank you for the comment. We certainly do appreciate your sentiments, and it's something that we're working towards naturally. Those placements are a bit dynamic. They're dependent on a team, right? There is an IEP team that gathers together, and then we're able to assess, they assess together through testing and conversation, observation, et cetera, what services we are able to offer the student. So you'll note in the budget book and in the special education section, you'll see that there are a number of program learning center descriptions, and so we've continued to expand that offering because we agree with you. We're attempting to offer those services in district, and of course, the more money we can save versus sending on an out-of-district placement, the more we have to invest here, the better we will be able to serve the students that are in district. So, as I mentioned earlier with the last question, this is something that we monitor on a monthly basis, and so we are continuing to work together with all of the site leaders and special education teachers, team, to ensure that the students get what they need in the least restrictive environment.
Further discussion on the school budget? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Dr. Malachowski.
And Mr. Sasso, good question. I apologize. We were scrambling and not able to answer that quickly and efficiently. And we're quickly talking. We believe it has to do with circuit breaker discrepancy, but we'll follow up with a more in-depth answer on that. And I apologize we weren't able to give you that in-depth answer tonight, too. Great question. And Mr. Ventura, I appreciate you raising that. I think my answer would be twofold. I think the first thing that we're trying to do is you'll see the investments that we've made over the recent years. Many of them are aligned to bolstering our substantially separate programs. So you see tonight, the addition of the .5 teacher is in our LEAD program, which is our language-based program. We feel that if we are able to better support our students with language-based learning disabilities in district by bolstering our program, that's going to save us a lot of money in the long run. We do know that we've had a lot of students over the years attend Landmark, and we feel like if we are able to build up our program more effectively, one through staffing, that's a better way for us to keep students in district. I think the second thing we try to do is to be open and honest and transparent with the community about where our special education or substantially separate programs are. Every year, you're required to evaluate one of your programs, either internally or externally. Over the last 2-3 years, we've decided to have an external evaluator for all of our substantially separate programs and to publish the findings of those programs on our website. I think in a way to hold us accountable and to be transparent with the community about what are the things that are working within these programs and what are the areas to improve. So that way, when we get these recommendations, they're coming from an outside evaluator who can show us how we need to improve our programs. For example, some of the positions we added last year around a transition specialist was something that came from our program evaluations, and also something from adding an additional BCBA around to be able to support sort of behavioral needs in the district as well. I think those investments are ones that we think are both aligned to the program reviews and evaluations, and we think are strategies that are going to bolster our programs and allow us to keep our students in district. I will also share, like in neighboring communities, you'll see right now, this is a trend that a lot of districts are grappling with, how to support students in districts, so it's not unique to us, but I feel like if we're not able to do this well, it's going to be challenging for us to be, kind of in the ways we've talked about, be sustainable. I appreciate that sentiment. I appreciate you bringing it to the front every year, too.
Further discussion on the...
We're trying. We're working on it. Yep, thank you.
Further discussion on this section? Yes. Ms. Alvarado?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Vanessa Alvarado, Precinct 5. With all due respect to Mr. Ventura, in previous years, I know that there has been a challenging relationship with parents trying to secure out-of-district placements for their children. It is a culture of trying to keep children in district, and I respect that, and there are benefits of it, but I also think that we need to be very mindful of the message that we are sending to the staff, because if we prioritize in-district at all costs, that may not necessarily be what is in the best interest of the child. There are many children who would benefit from out-of-district placements, and I would hate for these big numbers that we see on the screen to overlook the fact that what is in the best interest of the child may not necessarily be what we see on the screen. So to Dr. Milichewski, thank you for the work that you're doing to keep children in district, but please don't sacrifice the children that need those out-of-district placements because we simply cannot offer what they need in district. Thank you.
Further discussion on the section? Dr. Milichewski.
Ms. Alvarado, I appreciate you raising that. I think that's another great conversation. I think there's a lot of layers, and it's a pretty nuanced conversation. I'll share in short. It is my belief that we should provide every child what they need in wherever that is. But shame on us if that's because that we cannot support a student in district because we don't have the right programming. And I think if we feel like if we can build up the best programs that we can for students, there's still certain students in needs that we may not be able to meet their needs. And then we are more than happy to have students, other opportunities available. But I've also heard from families in the community who share, I wish the programs were stronger years ago, and I would have loved my kid to stay in district as well, and I wish that that was an option. So I hear that feedback, and I think the last line you shared about students being at the center is our priority. And to do that, we really need to make sure that we bolster in-district programming so that it is the primary option for students, because we know families want their students to be able to attend school if the right programs and services are here. And appreciate you raising that.
Further discussion?
If I may just make a clarification, I did not limit that to, I didn't say all students. I did say it does serve its purpose for certain students.
Okay. You do, yeah. Okay. Are you done? Okay, over here. Mr. Herrick?
Thank you, Steve Herrick, Precinct 8. I'm curious, we talk a lot here about how much we're spending sending our students to other districts. Are we also drawing students from other districts here? And if we are, is there an offset that's buried in there somewhere? I mean, I can see that there might be some benefit to having maybe almost like centers of excellence. This district is very good here and here, that district is good there and there. Do we take that kind of strategy, or are we only sending kids elsewhere and paying for it?
Great question. I think there's kind of two parts of that. First, we do have every year, we can make a decision whether or not to opt out of school choice. In the past couple of years, we have not opted out of school choice. What that means is that students in neighboring districts can apply to or enter into a lottery for a seat that we make available in our district for $5,000 per student or $2,500 per kindergarten student. So it's 1 through 12 is $5,000 and $2,500 for kindergarten. We have been very cautious with that program thus far to be able to really only provide that, and we can choose which seats are available to make sure that's really only in spots where we have space available. Since it was new for our community 2 years ago, we also just wanted to start a little bit smaller. So we have about 25 students that are come from neighboring district. I also often get the question, if the student comes with some more needs, special education needs, do you receive reimbursement? We can receive reimbursement up to 100% in many cases too. That has added about $125,000 to the budget. So that's one way students in neighboring districts can. I would also share that's a way for us to have children of staff members attend. If we were to put something in the contract that said that staff members' children can attend as a perk of being employed, we would not get the $5,000 for their child to attend school in district. So this is also, we do have a lot of our staff members' children. I would say, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it was over half of our school choice students were staff members' children as well. The second part, I think kind of what you're getting at, I think is interesting. We have set a goal for ourselves that if we can really build up our special education programming in district, that we could have students tuition into our programs. We're not quite there yet. We have identified a couple of programs where we think we're close, so we're hopeful that we'll have that in the next couple of years, because that could be a major revenue generator. If we feel like we have the program that first, we can support our own Reading residents, and two, there's a quality program we could have students come in. But definitely on our radar, and I hope that that's a direction we're able to move within the next couple of years.
Further discussion on this section? None appearing. We'll move on to W, Water Enterprise Fund. Any discussion? None appearing. Sewer Enterprise Fund. Any discussion? None appearing. Stormwater Enterprise Fund. None appearing. PEG Access. No. Okay. And final one. Landfill Enterprise Fund. Not appearing. All right, we have had no changes in the amount, so we now have before us a motion under Article 12. Move that the town approve the proposed FY25 budget exclusive of state and county assessments, $141,338,332. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Those opposed? The motion carries, and we have a budget. We now, yes, Mr. Ross? Oh, sure, Mr. Ross, yeah.
I just wanted to just thank this body for the approval of the budget. This has been a very informative, kind of process for us, as it is every year. But while they're here, I just wanted to be able to extend a public thank you to town staff, all the department heads, employees. You provide, Mr. Wise did this earlier, we're not Lexington, but we get exceptional service in this town. So thank you very much for that. Thanks, Mr. Cornelis. Dr. Milachevsky, please extend it to any of the other town staff, school staff and educators that aren't here. It takes two parties to achieve labor peace and labor negotiations. So a huge thank you to them as well.
Thank Okay, we now move to Article 16. Ms. Jim.
So with Article 16, there's a list, you see a list on the screen of our town meeting members that did not attend half of the town meeting list. On the list, if you'll see where you're going to take a vote of whether or not you're going to remove them from the list, which will means that they will remain in town meeting. The next one would be to remove, for them to remain on the list, which means they will be removed from town meeting. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So, say it again? Okay, so we have, the vote will be to remove them from the list, which means that they will remain in town meeting. Or for them to remain on the list, which means they will be removed from town meeting.
All right, let me try it. I've done this every year, so getting used to it. Right now, if the motion under Article 16 were to pass as is, those 8 names, they would be removed from town meeting. So if no changes are made, all of those 8 would be out of town meeting. If you want to keep somebody in town meeting, motions need to be made to remove them from the motion. So as the town clerk said, if you take them off the list, it means they get to stay in town meeting. That clear now? Okay. All right, so right now there is a motion to have 8. Generally, we ask the precinct chairs if the precincts have had any discussions. The precinct 6 chair is Ms. Perry. Is Ms. Perry?
Hi, Carrie Perry, Chair of Precinct 6. We did a vote unanimous to remove the 3 members that are listed there so that they will stay as members of town meeting, and that's Jessica Ann Franklin, Brendan Gray, and Charles Robinson. Thank you.
So there is a motion to remove their names so they will stay in town meeting. We do not have a Precinct 3 chair. Is there any, did Precinct 3 have a meeting? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Amy Sane, Precinct 3. Oh, apologize.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Go right
No
ahead.
problem.
Yeah, we'll keep it-
Unfortunately, we did not have quorum, so we could not vote on a recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Childers, did you have another comment? Or was you say the same thing? Would you could use the microphone? Sorry about that. Thank you.
Since we couldn't vote on this, we couldn't even vote to confirm the one voter selected. If we, how do you say it? If we remove them from town meeting.
Yes.
Okay. So if we leave them on the list, which I think is going to be automatic, it'll be even harder for us to have a quorum.
Okay.
I'm not clear, but okay.
Okay.
In other words, for the ones who have shown up to at least a couple of town meetings, my personal choice would be to keep those within Precinct 3 as town meeting members.
Are you making a motion to remove them from this list?
Yeah,
Okay, so all of them? Okay. All right, is there a second to that motion? Second. Yes, we already handled Precinct 6. So right now, we have motions to remove everybody from this list. In other words, nobody would be removed from town meeting. I will take them one at a time, though, just in case somebody has a problem with one person over the other. So I'll go through. Do you have a... Ms. Herrick? Oh, go right ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Karen Herrick, Precinct 8, and Vice Chair of the Select Board. I understand we're very busy, and having been on town meeting over 2 decades. I'm just wondering if anybody has spoken to any of these folks in Precinct 3. Because usually we would give a report that people, why you would like them to remain in town meeting, and I would welcome that kind of input as a town meeting member. So you don't want to
Please,
yell
one
out.
speaker at a time. Ms. Herrick? Go ahead. Go ahead. I was-
Yes, thank you. So yeah, I would welcome any input, any communication you've had.
Okay, did we have comments on that? Is there somebody over there that, yes?
Tara Jardina, Precinct 3. I think that night we spoke to Laura Jemmy, and we couldn't do that, Karen. We weren't able to do anything because we didn't have a quorum, but some of the people that were on that list were there. I know personally because one of them is my husband, and he was out ill both times, and because unlike the select board, we don't have a Zoom opportunity, he couldn't come. And I'm a nurse, and I made him stay home. So he is tonight, he's healthy, like you had the flu. He was ill. I did speak to one other person. They were voted on, but they said actually they were voted on and didn't try to run. So I don't know if they show up on that list, but they showed up on ours. Yeah. So that's all I have to say. I mean, Laura said we couldn't do any of the things that you actually suggested. Sorry.
Okay, before we continue, I have an announcement to make. A BMW with license plate 2LLF76, the alarm is going off in the lot. Ms. Herrick?
I understood that correctly.
I appreciate that. There's no reason people can't reach out to other people on town meeting members, but I think it's great that people are reaching out to you, and that says to me that they're committed and had issues, so thank you for sharing that about your husband. Could you elaborate on any of the other folks that showed up at the meeting where you were unable to have a quorum? Thank you.
They're not on this list because they were on a different list that we had too. I don't know if those are all people on for 3, because I don't think, like Chuck is not, he's not 3.
Okay, so
I don't see the precinct that they're, Bover, I didn't speak to Bover.
So Precinct 3,
oh, I can't see it.
So Precinct 3 had 2 tasks. One is for the removal, and then there was a tie vote from the election that they couldn't do. So the list that you're referring to was for the tie vote.
Oh, okay. All right. That's all.
So nobody's spoken to, just to clarify, no one's spoken to, besides your husband, and I'm glad you're taking good care of him.
You did, yeah, you can go.
Ms. Fiddler-Carey, did you have a comment? Ms. Fiddler-Carey?
Hi there, Megan Fiddler-Carey, Precinct 1. I spoke to Laura Fusco, Precinct 3, and I would like to remove Laura Fusco from the list. She had some health problems and was out, but she's very much interested in remaining on town meeting.
Thank you. Now, there was another hand right behind him. I heard yes.
Good evening. This is Rich Eagleson from Precinct 3. I'm here and I'd like to be removed from the list if possible.
Okay. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Cool?
Stephen Cool, Precinct 6. At our meeting that had a full quorum, at least 2 of the people on the list, I think, were from Precinct 6, and the precinct, as I recall, decided that they should be removed from the list and kept in town meeting.
We have motions right now to remove everybody from the list. Is there further discussion? Yes, over here.
Jennifer Hillary, Precinct 4. If I could ask for clarification, the woman who spoke a moment ago who said her husband was in the room, I didn't hear what his name was, and I'd like to just make note of Mark. Oh, excellent. Thank you. So far, we have not heard about Richard Bova and John Breslin. Am I
Right.
correct?
We do have a motion to remove their name from the list, but we have not heard.
Heard from them, and they're not present tonight.
Apparently not.
And may I ask how many actual members of Precinct 3 there are? Are we short any? Are there openings in that precinct, or do they have a full?
There's 23 out of 24.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, further discussion before we begin voting on the amendments? Okay, all right, I'm going to take them one at a time. Oh, where? Oh, yes, Ms. Binda.
Thank you, Angela Binda, Precinct 5. Just to piggyback on Ms. Hillary, Mr. Bova, has he attended either last Thursday or is he present here?
He was not here last Thursday. I don't know if he's present
And is
tonight.
he here? So that's 7 consecutive town meetings that he hasn't attended, and nobody's heard from him. I would make a motion to leave him on this list.
Well, you don't make a motion to leave them on the list. You would vote against the motion.
Okay, so can we go one by one then?
We are
I think we should, if someone has not been here for the 5 sessions last time and the 2 sessions, then they should remain on this list. Thank you.
Further discussion? All right, we will start voting on the amendments in order as you see them. The first name on the list is Richard Bova. There is a motion to remove him from this list, which would leave him in town meeting. All those in favor of removing him from this list, please raise your hand. Those opposed? And the motion does not carry, so he will be removed from town meeting. Okay, next is John Breslin. Oh. You're right. Okay, so right now I've been pointed out, we will eventually take a motion on the motion as amended. So I was wrong in what I just said. His name is not coming off the list, but we'll still have to vote on it. Okay, next name is John D. Breslin. We have a motion to remove him from this list to leave him in town meeting. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And all those opposed? And the chair is in doubt. Do we have our counters from the night before? I think we do. Yes. Yes. Okay. All those in favor of removing John D. Breslin from the list, leaving him in town meeting, please rise.
Twenty-three.
23.
37.
37.
28.
28.
34?
34?
I'm not counting.
Oh, no. Okay. And now all those opposed to removing him from this list?
Zero.
0.
9?
9.
3.
3.
6.
6. The vote being 122 in the affirmative, 18 in the negative, the motion carries. Next is Richard W. Eagleton, excuse me, Richard W. Eagleton. All those in favor of removing him from this list and leaving him in town meeting, please raise your hand. Those opposed? And the motion carries. Next is Jessica Ann Franklin. All those in favor of removing him from this list and leaving him in town meeting, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Motion carries. Next is Laura M. Fusco. All those in favor of removing him from the list and leaving him in town meeting? And those opposed? Motion carries. Next is Mark S. Gardina. All those in favor of removing him from the list? And all those opposed? Brendan Gray. All those in favor of removing him from the list? Pardon me? Oh, I didn't declare. Okay, Mark Gardina's name has been the motion carries to remove his name from the list. Next is Brendan L. Gray. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And those opposed? Motion carries, and Brendan L. Gray's name is removed from the list. And the last one is Charles R. Robinson. All those in favor of removing him from the list and keeping him in town meeting? And all those opposed? Motion carries, and his name is removed from the list. I believe we have one name left on the list, is that right? It's still on the list. Okay, so we now need to take a vote on Article 16 as amended. And as of right now, we are removing one person, that is Richard P. Bova. Do I have that right? Yes. Okay. All those in favor of the motion under Article 16, please raise your hand. And those opposed? The motion carries. Okay. Now, one article left is Article 3. Mr. Bocci moves that we take Article 3 from the table. We have 7 instructional motions. And let me get my list over here. Pardon me? Oh, second, we have a second. Okay, all those in favor of taking Article 3 from the table, please raise your hand. Those opposed? And the motion carries. Okay, the first one is Linda Snow Doxer. This is concerning the town meeting date. Ms. Doxer?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Linda Snow Doxer, Precinct 1. It's actually not about the town meeting date. It's about forming an accommodation policy for the town so that the town can be respectful and honor religious and ethnic or cultural observances. As explained in my instructional motion, the schools have such a policy, and actually over the years, our previous town manager and assistant town manager have worked really hard to avoid scheduling meetings on the dates of special observances. And so I was looking to have, and I know this is not a commitment, it's just a recommendation that the town look into this, and the bylaw committee or whoever the town leadership is that has the control of this potential accommodation policy, so that all people in Reading can be included in one-time events and mandatory meetings.
Okay, is there a second to that? Second? Okay, you all set, or do you have further discussion? No, okay. I'm going to call on the town council just to explain to us just to how it works today.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So how it works today is that the date of town meeting is set by your bylaw. However, under state law, notwithstanding any date in a charter or a bylaw, the select board have the authority to delay a town meeting to a date certain, provided that all business of that town meeting is finalized prior to June 30th. There's nothing in state law that precludes the creation of a generalized policy that suggests boards and committees take into account certain days where members of the public may not be able to attend. I think that's something we could explore if this body decides it's in the interest of the town to do so, but it's not legally required. The select board can set whatever date they want for town meeting. That comes after the date established in their bylaw.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes.
I just want to clarify that this policy would not just be referring to town meeting. It would also be referring to other mandatory meetings or events, such as not scheduling a beer fest on Eid or Ramadan or Rosh Hashanah, or other kinds of special observances. It would be respecting the town so that we're not leaving people out of the one-time events or the mandatory meetings.
Ms. Freed?
Yeah, that's something we can definitely explore. I think we do need to be cognizant that there are statutory deadlines for certain permits or decisions, certain hearings that need to occur. So we would just need to make sure that the policy also recognizes potentially competing interests so that approvals aren't constructively approved due to timing issues. But it's something we can definitely explore if this body decides it's in the best interest of the town.
Further discussion? Yes, over here. Ms. Downing.
Hi, Mary Ann Downing, Precinct 4. I definitely support the religious aspect of this motion. I don't know whether we would clarify it like the schools to be major religious, but I feel like having cultural practices, I think that would open up way too large a bucket of things. I mean, does that mean, you know, we might say Chinese New Year, you know, Day of the Dead, Halloween, Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day. We'll start running out of things to include. I think religious is more important. So I guess I don't know if you would be open to a friendly amendment to either clarify cultural or just keep it with religious. Thank you.
Ms. Doxer?
I actually am. The schools did religious and ethnic. And so I think I miswrote when I wrote my instructional motion, so I am open to a friendly amendment to say religious and ethnic as the schools decided to do, as opposed to cultural.
Would you like to offer that as a...
I do offer that as a friendly amendment.
Is there any objection to being that part of her main motion? If there's none, then we will just change it to ethnic. Okay? Okay, further discussion on this? None appearing. Are we ready for the vote? All those in favor of the instructional motion, please raise your hand. Those opposed? And the motion carries. Okay, our second one is also Ms. Doxer. Ms. Snow Doxer?
Thank you, Mr. Town Moderator. Actually, which one would be the second one? These came out of order for me.
Okay, land acknowledgement. And
The land
by the way, I'm using
acknowledgement.
these as just shorthand. I know there's more to it than that.
Okay, thank you. So this instructional motion was for the town leadership to consider creating a land acknowledgement that could go into our town meeting warrant or other documents that go with other committees. I recognize that just creating a land acknowledgement is really not enough. Just to point out, if you Google this, it's not just about the land acknowledgement, it's also about the intent to educate people about where our land came from and the indigenous community. But my request through this instructional motion is that the town consider creating a land acknowledgement to raise the awareness and sensitivity to our indigenous population. I have written to different committees that might be interested in researching this. Our library has written a land acknowledgement, as have many local communities, Winchester, Salem, a lot of colleges have done this, and so I wanted to bring it to town meeting attention to see if they would be interested in recommending research and investigation into creating our town's land acknowledgement, crediting the indigenous tribes who originally owned and inhabited our land. Thank you.
Is there a second? Second. All those, excuse me, is there further discussion? Yes, Mr. Struble.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jeff Struble, Precinct 7. I'm a little unclear as to who's supposed to be doing this. I mean, it's a little indistinct when you say town meeting leadership and so forth. Is there a specific body or person that is supposed to be doing this?
Ms. Snow Doxer?
Thank you very much. So when I was thinking about this, the groups that I reached out to were the Office for Equity and Social Justice, the Historical Commission, the Select Board, to cite a few of the groups that might be interested in promoting this and forming a committee maybe to research what this would be about. We are very fortunate that the library has already done some of this research and created a land acknowledgement. So we're not starting from scratch on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Mr. Cool?
Stephen Cool, Precinct 6. Could Ms. Doxer tell us who this indigenous tribe was?
Ms. No Doxer?
So according to the Reading Public Library's research, the Reading Public Library is located on the seized ancestral lands of the Pawtucket Band of the Massachusetts tribe. Pawtucket, now called Lynn, is a vast territory that extends from the Piscataway River in New Hampshire down to the Charles River. The Massachusetts tribe are the descendants of the original people that the English first encountered in what is now called the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And then they end their statement with, "We encourage everyone to learn more about the indigenous people that originated on this land."
Thank you. Have any Pawtucket descendants been asking for this?
So that's a great question, thank you. So there is a need for people to learn about the true history of indigenous tribes here, but not for performative statements. It needs to be accompanied by learning about the tribes. I have not done all the research yet. There are supports out there online. There are guides as to how to write a land acknowledgement and how to follow through on them. So I'm not creating this initiative. It's been going on.
I think perhaps you might want to come back with a draft of something like this. It seems like you have a little more studying necessary.
I'm suggesting that the town decide whether they want that to happen in the first place.
Again, I think it would be better to come forth with something specific rather than a fairly general request.
Okay. Further discussion? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Eric Affen, Precinct 4. I want to point out that this is just a general point for instructional motions. These are suggestions for our town leaders to look into things. It's not required that there be specific actions to be called upon and to be done immediately now. I think this is a great idea. I would like our town leadership to look into this, and they can make the decision. The relevant bodies can make the decision as opposed to somebody demanding specific details right now.
Further discussion? Was there another hand? Nope. All right, are we ready for the vote? All those in favor of this instructional motion, please raise your hands. And those opposed? And the motion carries. Okay, the third instructional motion is Mr. Sasso. This is concerning outdoor lighting.
Okay, Mr. Moderator, this is the bylaw, the lighting bylaw. I'd like to request the town meeting allow Marcel Dubois to be recognized and present this.
Our bylaws allow a non-member proponent to speak if there's no objection. Is there any objection? None appearing. Mr. Dubois?
There, thank you.
There he is. Either one. Yeah, you can cover, yeah, that'd be fine.
So good evening, town meeting members. Thank you to John Sasso for sponsoring this instructional motion and for all of you voting me to allow me to speak on this. So I'm not sure if I should read the entire motion, but basically it's a request that the bylaw committee investigate the addition of an outdoor lighting policy for residents only to regulate outdoor lighting in the town of Reading and report back to town meeting in November of 2024. The intent being to permit an amount of outdoor lighting that is appropriate to allow for the safe use and enjoyment of outdoor areas, while also mitigating light trespassing glare to abutters in the public at large, reducing light pollution, and promoting energy conservation. Over 54 communities in Massachusetts have adopted an outdoor lighting policy, so this is not something new. Outdoor lighting from any source shall be dark sky compliant with a continuous white light installed or shielded so as to not cast no direct beam on a public way, pedestrian way, or on an adjacent property, or cause a glare or reflection that may constitute a traffic hazard or a nuisance. To prevent unnecessary sky glow and other glare, all outdoor lighting fixtures shall be shielded from above so as to prevent direct glare from the light source from interfering with the vision of motorists or pedestrians passing the streets or streets abutting the premises, as to prevent direct glare from the light source from lighting neighboring properties, particularly residences. So for a little bit of background, my name is Marcel Dubois. I should have said this initially. I live on Willow Street. And my wife and I have been in Reading on Willow Street for 22 years. At the end of my street, closest to Lowell Street, the homes are spaced approximately 20 feet apart, so they're relatively close. It's basically a driveway, two driveways dividing properties. So a good relationship with our abutters is important to us. It's not a crime to install excessive lights, but without a policy in place to set reasonable limits, it can get out of hand and become a nuisance. As you drive around Reading at night, you'll notice porch lights, motion-activated sensor lights, and during the holidays, sets of Christmas lights, projection lights, and lawn ornaments. The intent of this bylaw is not to restrict any of these lights, but to provide reasonable guidelines when good neighborly relationships, common sense, and tasteful exterior lighting standards are ignored. And that's it.
Okay, technically, Mr. Sasso has made the motion. Is there a second? Second. Is there further discussion? I believe Ms. Arnold would like to speak next.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jesse Arnold, Precinct 6, Bylaws Committee Chair. I have a friendly kind of two-part amendment to this motion. The first being that it requests a report by November 2024. I'd make a motion to amend that to April 2025. And the other part of my motion is that I had the opportunity to speak to town council, and we feel that this might be more appropriate as a zoning bylaw. And so I would move that the instruction, instead of going to the bylaw committee, that it be directed to CPDC instead.
I agree with you. Mr. Sasso, you're the one who actually made the motion.
Thank you, John Sasso, Precinct 2. So if it's moved to a zoning bylaw, is it still applicable to the residences? I thought it had to be a general bylaw to, because the zoning is more towards like project reviews and things like that. So maybe I'm wrong. So if you can just.
Ms. Freed?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, please.
No worries. Thank you. I'm sorry. So we have done numerous dark sky zoning bylaws for other communities, and I did take the opportunity to look what other towns are doing, and I'd say the vast majority put their lighting policies, even if they're applicable to residences, single-family residences or two-family residences, in their zoning bylaw. It's not to say you can't do it through your general bylaw. There's difficulties with that. One is the applicability of a general bylaw is that it applies to everyone from now on. There's no historic non-conforming use component. So what does that mean for people that already have installed light features? You need to deal with that. What does it mean from a zoning enforcement, from a bylaw enforcement perspective? Who is reviewing whether a light is compliant, whereas if it's in the zoning bylaw, the building inspector or commissioner, even if it's a by right development, will have to issue the building permit, the electrical permit, and will be able to ensure compliance much easier. So there are process-wise reasons, it lives within the zoning bylaw in many communities. So I think that it makes sense for CPDC to be the body exploring this. It's not to say it can't be done through a general bylaw. I just see good reason to have it live within the zoning bylaw.
And you've done this, you said, in other communities where you've put it in the zoning bylaws?
Yeah, and I think most recently, and you may know more, I think Lexington just did their outdoor through the zoning bylaw process.
Okay. All right. No, so I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Okay. And just for an explanation, I made the amendment to move it to April 2025 in consultation with Ms. Klisch, who's the head of CPDC, and we agreed with some of the stuff coming in November. April would be a good time for them to be able to have a report by then.
Are you set with that, too?
Well, I just wanted to point out that...
Just one second, Mr. Sasso.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, the intent was for a report, but yes, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. Mr. Dubois, do you have a comment on that before I move on?
Yeah, I was just going to point out that, what's interesting is, it's called Dark Sky Massachusetts. It's actually an organization that handles this type of language, and they actually have an actual suggested outdoor lighting bylaw. It's actually called a bylaw, but I'm not sure if that means, if a bylaw means it would not be addressed by CPDC, or is that strictly a bylaw?
If it were zoning bylaw, it would be addressed by CPDC.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Before we move on, though, is there any objection to those being part of the main motion made by Mr. Sasso? All right, not appearing, then we will just accept them as part of the main motion. Mr. Dubois, do you have more comments?
No, that's it.
Oh, okay. Further discussion? Yes, Mr. Piliowski?
Galen Pirowski, Precinct 7. So I'm going to be supporting this. I think it's a wonderful idea. I encourage other town meeting members to support this as well. I'm trying to understand what dark sky compliance is in this particular case. So what's currently discussed is, to me, seems predominantly like the angle of the light to make sure that there is nothing hitting the nearby homes. And I'm hoping that the dark sky compliance also includes like the brightness of the lights, the intensity. It does?
It does, yeah.
Okay.
There's actually multiple pages on what they recommend is acceptable. Most of it has to do with the restriction of maybe a neighbor seeing the actual, you can deflect the light. So if there's a shield on it, it kind of, that becomes compliant. It's the idea that you should not be able to see the bulb itself. And so there are some Kelvin scales, but that's not what we're referring to. It's just keeping it deflected, that's all. So you should be able to see no light, it should be deflected down. That's basically the premise of the...
Okay, I'll be happy to support this, and I'm glad this got brought up. Thank you.
Okay, I saw a hand right behind you somewhere. Yeah, yes. Oh, Ms. Binder.
Thank you, Angela Binder, Precinct 5. Does this apply to American flags on private property, which are illuminated, I think, throughout the night, and the light goes up to illuminate the flags?
That's an excellent question. I think as long as the light is, there are folks that have lights that reflect onto the front of their home, but it's reflecting back at their own property. So if a light that illuminates a flag was deflected up, as long as...
They're pretty high generally.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't have that.
They give off a lot of light, and they're supposed to be lit all night.
Yeah, there is a height requirement that some of this light has to be below a certain height. I don't have the specific answer for that, but that would be, I'm sure it would be considered as part of it, for sure.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see, one way up in the back.
Thanks. Mr. Marlena Beta, Precinct 4. I support this, but I wasn't clear from Town Council's explanation of who would police it. Something about the building inspector. So is it for new construction only, or how do we go backwards to existing lighting?
Ms. Freed?
Thank you. So in terms of policing, if it lives in the zoning bylaw, then the building commissioner would typically be the enforcing body. In a general bylaw, you can determine who is the enforcing agent. So if the recommendation is to move it from a zoning bylaw to a general bylaw, then you would have to define the enforcing authority. In terms of whether it applies to existing lighting, if it is in a zoning bylaw, stuff that is already constructed would not need to change over. It would be prior legally non-conforming use, and you couldn't enforce against them. If you move it into a general bylaw, it applies equally to everyone automatically. There are some potential issues with that. For example, in your 40R bylaw, your zoning bylaw, you require them to submit a lighting plan. That lighting plan has to be approved by the CPDC. Now, what if that lighting plan that was approved now conflicts with the general bylaws requirement that they install certain types of lights? You'd have to address that in some way. So we don't really have answers today because we don't have draft text. But to the extent that the bylaw is a zoning bylaw, it is only forward-looking, new construction. To the extent it's in a general bylaw, it would apply to everyone unless you carve out exemptions for previously approved projects or existing lighting. So there's a little bit of an unknown, but I do think looking around at what other communities are doing, most of them are housing their outdoor lighting regulations within their zoning bylaw.
Mr. Ventura?
Mark Ventura, Precinct 2. I'm not necessarily against this, because sometimes you do get that floodlight or whatever, but it sounds like this is more we're trying to set a baseline or a metric for a bad neighbor if a dispute exists where, you know, a simple conversation like, hey, can you shut off your light? It's blowing in my bedroom. Is that what it's for? Or, you know, and I wouldn't put it past anything, but are we going to go around with light meters and check everyone's house, pool lights, Christmas lights, and everything else? I think this is the intent, is just to establish a baseline for a bad neighbor if a dispute comes up, to settle it. That's what it sounds like to me.
What?
Just me? Yeah. Well, okay, so I could have brought photos and some videos, and so I will tell you that it is an issue that I've been trying to find a solution to. I've tried everything I can to try to. Actually, I have an instance where I've actually called the business line of the police to see if there was something they could do. I've called the
well, that's my point. Like, this would establish that baseline, and if there is if there's a complaint, it should be investigated. And I think this baseline would establish that, saying, hey, you're out of conformance, shut it down.
That's basically what I'm looking for.
And that's what it should do. And I agree with that. I just don't want it to turn into a.
Okay.
I just don't want it to turn into a, oh, now we have this new lighting regulation.
No.
You know, someone's going to say, hey, building inspector, let's get them. Go around to everyone. I just want to see it used as a tool for your situation or something.
Well,
like that.
and again,
That's
it's not
all.
a personal situation, it's just that it's an
Or
interesting.
whatever it may be.
It's an interesting study, and without some type of restriction moving forward, I mean, I know it's mentioned about putting it into the CPDC, so.
Yeah,
if it was
the
just-
lighting plans that
Could we
you
have one
submit.
speaker at a time, please? Mr. Dwyer,
Well,
finish your
yeah,
thought.
sure.
So what I'm basically saying, that if it's something that's not enforceable, if somebody's in violation now, I'm hoping that this will allow us to offer them a solution to it, because if not, then it's everybody that's been, you know what I mean? I'm looking for a reasonable solution for violators, because what happens is it's such I could read you a letter that I wrote. It's a constant challenge, and it doesn't end. I mean, if you think about if you have an issue with someone close by, there is no limit to what they can do. And I'm just looking for this is a way of saying, okay, other communities have done this, and possibly for the same reason, where there's been an instance where it's just, it's been carried forward. So I'm looking for some, I've tried every avenue I can approach, and I thought.
Yeah,
that maybe
I agree with it in that regard. I just don't want to see it, like used as a source of revenue or something because
No, no.
someone has a elaborate Christmas display up, or they're not into Christmas and, they don't like it.
No,
Like,
not at
that's
all.
all. And that's what I think, that was my point, that this will establish that baseline.
No, we have Christmas lights that we put up, that's.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm saying in general, Thank you.
Okay, further discussion? Yes, Mr. Herrick?
Thank you. Steve Herrick, Precinct 8. I'm curious, in these other towns, and I realize the devil's in the details on these instructional motions, we're not giving specific orders here, but I'm assuming that there are rules of thumb that they're using when they implement these kinds of policies. So what's the treatment here regarding streetlights? It actually says here, dark sky compliant, shielded so to cast no beam on a public way, which is kind of the point of streetlights, I think. We have in front of our house, it annoys me sometimes, we have a wonderful, highly efficient LED light that's beaming right at our house. So it would RMLD have to go around and start replacing all of these when they burn out with a new style of, or are they exempt from these kind of glare-related issues?
That's a great that's a great question. I don't believe that, I don't believe it would impact streetlights. I don't think that's, I think that's, because I know that they must have their own standards for putting streetlights up.
Okay, I was curious how it's been done in other towns, if they cast that white in it or not.
I will tell you that it's an extensive, it's an extensive language that covers a variety of different scenarios. And I'm not sure since it's something that we could draft we'll be creating this, hopefully creating this. We can decide to put in what's acceptable by the town. And
Okay.
what could be excluded. That's my guess.
Further discussion? In the back?
Hi, Joy Bolio, Precinct 7. Am I correct in understanding, first of all, I support the Dark Sky Initiative, so I think this is a great idea to talk about it. But am I correct in understanding that if this goes to the bylaw committee, then it affects the town as a whole immediately? And if it goes to the zoning board, then it will not affect everybody, it will only affect newly implemented lights. So in which case, if it goes to the zoning board, then the problem of your challenging lights will not be solved.
Ms. Fried?
Is that correct?
That's what I understand.
That's correct. So in terms, just one minor clarification is that under state law, if it becomes a zoning bylaw, that's when you have previously existing uses protected and they can continue even if they're in conflict with the zoning bylaw. For the general bylaw, the typical rule is that it applies to everyone equally, regardless of it's previously constructed or not. You could carve out exemptions within a general bylaw for prior uses. I believe that lighting is more traditionally regulated in the zoning context, and that's why I feel like this is better placed in the zoning bylaw. I think we could explore whether it could be in your general bylaw, but I just feel that it is more appropriately placed in the zoning bylaw.
Understood. Just may I one more thing? So by doing that, which makes perfect sense, by doing that, you're not going to help the current residents challenge, nor are we going to have to look at new streetlights.
So if it's in the zoning bylaw, current residents that have a light, like his neighbor, wouldn't be subject to the outdoor lighting bylaw.
Okay.
And for streetlights, the Reading zoning bylaw exempts municipal uses, so it already exempts you.
Okay. So it's not going to help this challenge, but it may help somebody down the line.
Right.
Okay.
So I guess what I'm asking is, then if that's the decision, then the purpose of my of the motion has been kind of ignored, or it's not doing what I expected.
It doesn't sound like it's going to help you.
Right.
And I'm just curious how we can, did we already approve the motion to put in the?
Yes, we did, yes. We already changed it. Yes.
Okay.
I would.
Moving it to CPDC, yes, we did. I asked at the beginning.
Because I would vote to leave it in the general bylaws and actually work with, put exceptions in.
I asked if there was any objection, and there was none, so we have changed it.
Thank you.
Yes. Is there further discussion? Yes, in the far corner.
Phil Dardino, Precinct 3. I have to say that I think proposals like this are not well served for the town because they're just loaded, as you've seen people comment, they're just loaded with questions. So my problem with this, I'm going to tell you what my problem is. So it says investigate, which I actually think is a good idea. We don't have to have all the answers right now because it's going to be investigated. Somebody's going to put a policy together. But, so I like that part, but my problem with the rest of it is it seems to suggest we're going to do it. And I get a lot of questions about it. I don't care that 54 communities in Massachusetts have done it. You know what that means? That means that 300 communities in Massachusetts have not done it. So I've got a lot of questions, and I guess I'd support it, provided we're all in agreement that it's being investigated and not firmed up. Things like who should be enforcing it, the zoning law, the bylaws, that's a question that has to be addressed. I don't think we're going to answer this here. I think people got to vote their conscience, but the idea here that we put proposals out here that have no definition to them of any sort, I kind of object to. Thank you.
Further discussion? Yes, Mr. Struble.
Jeff Struble, Precinct 7. I think you're free, and Marcel, you're going to think that we're back in the bylaw committee. I'm going to ask this question. Could we have both a zoning bylaw and a bylaw that covers this? And here's what I'm going to propose. Could the general bylaw reference a zoning bylaw in terms of making it mandatory that all properties have to follow the zoning bylaw, even though they're not new? I mean, essentially, you'd have a sort of a cross-reference between the bylaw and the zoning bylaw. Trying to be creative here, but
It's not unheard of to have a general bylaw that references a zoning bylaw. I know there are some wetlands bylaws that there are some wetlands protection bylaws out there that do cross-reference to zoning, so it's not unheard of. It would be something we would need to explore the legality of in this context.
investigate it, in other words.
Yes, I have some discomfort with it, but we can definitely explore it if that's the will of this body. I think, what I think this gentleman is getting at is more of a nuisance issue than a dark skies issue, from my limited understanding of dark skies. So there may be appropriate through the investigation to come up with a general bylaw that talks about nuisance lighting and a zoning bylaw that talks about dark sky compliant lighting, which may not be the same thing.
Excellent. Now, is it possible then for the movers of this to add back in bylaw committee and zoning and CPDC as the people to be investigating this? And maybe we'll come up with something.
I would accept that motion, but keep in mind, this is just exploratory.
I know.
We're not crafting the law.
But I'm putting it to the movers if they would accept that. Because I think it's the way to go, frankly.
Yeah,
It's a good way to investigate this, I think.
I agree, because it's a good point, whether it's a nuisance or, yes, I agree.
John?
I would accept that. John, sorry.
John Sasso, Precinct 2. I'd accept that as a friendly motion. Yes, thank you.
Will I make the motion then and put it back in?
Okay, well, are you asking for both?
Exactly. Bylaw committee and CPDC.
Bylaw committee and CPDC, okay. All right, is there Yes, is there exception to that, that motion? I mean, that, putting it back in, if there is no objection, I will just accept that as part of the main motion. Not appearing? Okay, Mr. Talbot? Okay, we have a motion to end debate on this instructional motion. Do I have my counters? I do. It requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of ending debate, please rise.
Twenty-one.
21.
38.
38. 35.
37.
37. Those opposed to ending debate, please rise.
One.
1.
4.
4.
0.
0.
1.
1. The vote being 131 in the affirmative, 6 in the negative. The question has been moved, so we will proceed directly to a vote. And just to make it clear, we just amended it back to having both bylaw and CPDC committee on there. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Those opposed? And the motion carries.
Mr. Moderator, point of order, please.
Point of order? Yes.
Mr. Moderator, I have noticed in the last few counts that I have people that are standing behind the chairs here that are looking to be counted.
you do not-
I am not counting them.
Correct. They do not count if they have not moved up.
Please come forward
Yes.
if you're behind, okay?
Okay, next one is, again, Mr. Sasso, and this one deals with the MBTA. Again, I'm using shorthand, I'm not going through the whole motion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So, dear town meeting members, on Thursday, Andrew, our town planner, indicated that whatever is presented at town meeting in the fall should be approved without changes, lest we jeopardize meeting the requirements of the MBTA law. While it's certainly a responsibility and a right of town meeting to make changes to warrant articles as presented, if readiness to ensure we meet the requirements, then I suggest we communicate now what the expectations are for proposed zoning to avoid that scenario. That is the intent of this instructional motion. Having attended and or watched many of the meetings on this subject, it was clear to me that the community has significant concerns over the changes being proposed. Personally, I'm of the opinion that the law is a pure example of state overreach, and I hope it will be found unconstitutional. However, that's not a guarantee, and therefore my motion serves to formally express to town staff, CPDC, and the Select Board what the community has made clear in their meetings thus far. Just to remind town meeting of the issues raised at the meetings, they include parking insufficiency, traffic concerns, impact to historical properties, affordability, concentration of changes to the downtown area versus the rest of the community, infrastructure impacts, school enrollment, and the list goes on. On Thursday, members expressed their concern about many of these same issues. Let me share the bad news. There's no specific proposal that I've seen that does not result in at least some tangible impact. What we therefore have to do is advocate for changes that minimize certain impacts and work to address others through the specific site plan reviews that would occur in the normal course of permit application. I'm proposing the following 6 criteria be used as town meetings gauge for the zoning changes. Number 1, place additional residential and/or mixed-use development in underperforming, underutilized zones, an example, the industrial zone in South Main Street, to help meet the MBTA community's requirements for additional housing units. Avoid placing all or most of the zoning changes solely within the half mile of the commuter rail station, given that the state requirement is that only 40% of the units need to fall within the half-mile radius. Take advantage of existing zones that already meet the density or can be easily modified to meet the density requirements of MBTA communities. Avoid as much as possible impact to existing single-family zones. Ensure maintenance of adequate affordable housing inventory by pursuing a higher affordability requirement, e.g. 15%, similar to what other communities such as Lexington has done. And meet the number of additional zone units required by MBTA communities as minimally as possible and limit the excess units zoned above the requirement.
Is there a second?
It should be noted that criteria 1 and 5 are aligned with Reading's master plan and housing production plan. Criteria 4 is important when looking through the lens of the community's character and identity, which was a top concern of respondents in the MBTA community survey. The character of a single-family zone is one of the most important aspects per the Reading Master Plan. In my perspective, I would rather avoid unintended consequences in that sort of a zone. For criterias 2, 3, and 6, I just point out the obvious. This will not be the last time the state attempts to dictate local zoning. It was an interesting question at the last Select Board Candidate Forum, asking what their vision was for South Main Street. My answer, it doesn't matter. The state has already decided that towns need to prioritize housing at any cost. Local priorities are irrelevant. You might ask, are these criteria feasible to meet and still meet the MBTA requirement? The answer is yes. We already had a plan developed by 2 local residents submitted to CPDC for their review and consideration. CPDC has asked for more time, thus the postponement until November, and asked for additional plans to be developed. But it will be too late in November if what they develop is outside the scope of our desires. The residents that have been engaged thus far have made it clear they are not in favor of what has been developed thus far. This motion is being made to let them know we are listening. Lastly, I would like to acknowledge that these issues are in fact complicated. They do require significant work to develop and review, and in no way I do not want to detract from the work put by the town staff and CPDC, who are volunteers. What I would like to leave you with is the following thought. No matter what solution we end up with, it will have unintended consequences. We saw that with the 40R district and continue to see it with each new development the town has presented. Other communities have created plans that attack the MBTA community requirements in a way to avoid major disruption to the core of their communities. As a town meeting member, I will not support a plan and zoning changes that does not respect this. I strongly suggest everyone, especially town meeting members, to educate themselves on this issue, since it will be forefront at November town meeting. Thank you very much.
Okay, I did see a second. Is there further discussion on this? Okay, up in the, Ms. Toomey?
Nancy Toomey, I'm a Precinct 4 town meeting member. Been a town meeting member for probably almost 25 years. Been a Reading resident for 40. I'm also a registered architect. I have a residential practice here in Reading. I just want to counter what we just heard. Andrew has put so much time into this, and some of the things that are being said about the MBTA zoning is absolutely wrong. So as a practitioner of architecture, I have a number of clients that come to me looking to do multi-generational housing. They're hoping that their kids can move to Reading and be with them. They're aging, as am I, and they want to be able to have multiple families living with themselves. Our zoning does not allow that. I also want to point out that this does not mean that these properties are going to get developed. And the way that this zoning is put together, it's based on the amount of square footage that each lot has. So if you think about where this is being put, it's being put in parcels of land that are well below what our town zoning requires. We're at a 15,000 square foot lot. My lot is at 9,000 because it was built prior to zoning. Majority of lots up in the area that the main zoning is going to be are like 5,000 square feet. So if you're looking at the density, those lots are much smaller. They're not going to be these large developments that everybody is talking about. If you move this zoning to other properties that are in 20,000 square foot lots or even 30,000 square foot lots in other parts of the town, you are going to look at major multifamily dwellings, which is not what we want in this town. So I think Andrew and the staff particularly are looking at properties that are limited for that kind of development. In order to get the kinds of houses that you guys are thinking about, you need to have big pieces of property. We don't have that in our single-family zoning in the middle of the town. So I take big exception to passing this without really looking at the facts, really looking at what that housing is going to look like. The money we just funded to the town is meant to hire somebody who can do those proposals. They can look at what we have and tell you how big those homes are going to be. They still have to meet our zoning requirements. Yes, they can be a little closer to the property line, but most of those houses in that area already are closer to the property line because they were built prior to all the times that we have increased our lot size here in Reading, putting, I don't know how many, but I would say a good number of properties out of conformance. So I strongly urge you not to support this, because I think we have to look at and evaluate what our town staff is putting together and understand what the impacts are. We're not doing 40R everywhere. We're asking for some of these houses, which already practically are two-family, to be allowed to be two-family. And doing that is only going to bring in young people. It's going to allow our community to thrive. We're going to have multi-generational living. We're going to have, people who are being supported because they can afford a house now where they can rent out an apartment in their house or a second part of their house and be able to afford that house. So I think we have to really let the staff do what they need to do. I really do urge everybody to become informed. I really want us to all go to those meetings, which I have attended, and I take exception that everybody in those meetings would not want this MBTA zoning. I do. I think it's phenomenal, and it's about time that this town looks at its single-family residences and what it has done to families and to excluding quite a few people from this town. Thank you.
Further discussion? Mr. Berman?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Barry Berman, Precinct 6. I also urge you not to support this instructional motion for a couple of reasons. The maker of the motion already said he's opposed to the MBTA Communities Act and assumed that by voting for this, we all will also be opposed to the MBTA Communities Act. I am not. I have a 24-year-old son living in my basement who's a college grad who cannot afford to rent an apartment in the town he grew up in. So I think that we should let the staff do their work. We appropriated the funds. Mr. Sasso, I appreciate the work and the thought that you put into this, but this is the zoning ordinance. You just wrote the zoning ordinance. Why do the rest of us need to get involved? I think you should, an instructional motion basically is designed to give guidance. This is the zoning motion. This is the article right here. And I don't think that we have the right or the time or the expertise to vote that at 10:30 at night on the last night of town meeting. Come to the meetings. Let CPDC do their work. If you vote for this, does CPDC have to do all of this? What happens if they don't want to? Are they going to be in violation of the instructional motion? Let's fight it out then. I strongly urge you not to support this instructional motion. Thank you.
Further discussion? Yes, Ms. Snowdoxer?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you to the last two speakers. I also will not vote for this instructional motion. I just want to say that I have not been able to attend those meetings, but I encourage everyone to watch the recordings of them. They're very informative. I have been incredibly impressed by the staff. I'm very, very grateful to the town for recording these, and that's another way, if you can't make the meetings, you can get educated. Thank you.
Right on the aisle, yes.
Hi, my name is Nancy Zimlak, Precinct 5, and I speak in favor of this instructional motion. I did not attend the summer meetings that were held by CBDC, but I did attend all of the other public meetings. Much of what is written in John Sasso's instructional motion was what the majority of people that attended those meetings asked CBDC
CVPDC to consider. So I'm pleased to see this in writing as what it is. It's an instructional motion. It doesn't mean that they have to do it. It doesn't mean that they have to follow all of these things, but at least it's on paper, and these were comments from many people that attended those open public meetings. Thank you.
Further discussion? Ms. Hillary?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jennifer Hillary, Precinct 4. Thank you, Mr. Sasso, for bringing this motion, if nothing but to help town meeting, as the prior speaker stated, to hear some of the complaints that were brought up at the meetings that have occurred over the past year. I had the opportunity to attend several in person and one online, and these all were verbalized to our town staff and town leaders. I feel confident, however, that they heard these concerns. And I have to say, going into this, I was afraid we were so far down the line in terms of our planning that they would not be responsive to the concerns. And in fact, each meeting that I went to, I felt very assured that they were taking to heart the concerns that folks had expressed and listened to, and that is why this timeline has been pushed back as it has been. That's why there's been the request for additional support. So I don't feel the need to support this motion because I feel confident staff knows these complaints. And additionally, I don't want to limit town staff in terms of compromising on any of these points. So I won't be supporting it, but John, please know that I heard all of these at meetings as well, and I appreciate you sharing it with town meeting.
Further discussion? Mr. Ventura?
Yeah, Mark Ventura, Precinct 2. As you're probably aware, I am for this. The plans so far in place aren't the bare minimum. And I think when they came out early on, that was noted somewhere. But nonetheless, to make an evaluation, wouldn't it be nice to have the bare minimum plan so we can compare it to the other plans? In the spirit of the meeting yesterday, when the town planner was speaking with architectural finishes and all this other stuff, they weren't sure if it was going to be 2, 3, 4, 50 unit, family houses or 50, 200 unit developments. It wasn't clear. So we need to lay those options on the table. And again, per my discussion at the last session, there was no talk about traffic studies. There was no talk about sewer impacts, which will all play a key role depending on the plan we do. So even to make a decision, if we have to, when that time comes, if it's not thrown out at a higher level, we need a bare minimum plan to see if it's, if it's worth it or if it's worth going above and beyond, to establish that, to make an educated guess. Right now, a lot of this is a dream in some people on our board and some people in town meeting of what they want, what they envision, their crusade to fix the world, or what it may be. Our lives are already impacted. Further in the warrant, we're going to talk about Haven Street and those improvements. If you read the warrant, it talks about the impacts due to some of this high-density housing and all this development we're doing. So there is an impact, no matter what they say. And part of the reason why people can't afford houses now, because this is how I see it with my neighbors' kids coming home from school and whatnot. They can't afford the houses because the cost to borrow the money for the houses are incredibly high. The interest rates are crazy right now. So there's a lot of factors that go into this. It's not just, oh, houses in Reading are $1 million. Well, good. I have a house in Reading. I hope I can get $1 million for it. Maybe I can't. But if we bankrupt the town, my house is going to be worth nothing. So we need to do this smart, and we need to have our options on the table. We're not here to fix the world. We're here to focus on Reading right now. Fixing the world we should do, but we can do it as a community, but not as a part of our town bylaws and stuff.
Further discussion over here, Mr. Sullivan?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Sullivan, Precinct 7. I agree with Mr. Ventura that we need to have all options on the table, but I feel like this motion severely limits the options that can be brought to the table. This by to evaluate. I have a lot of concerns with this motion. I think in the interest, it's getting late, in the interest of everybody's time, I want to focus on bullet point 6, the direction to do the minimum to comply with this law. We are in the middle of a severe housing crisis. When I say we, I mean the town of Reading, I mean the greater Boston area, I mean the state of Massachusetts. There's a lot of kind of factors that could contribute to this, but the main one is that the supply of housing is not keeping up with demand for housing. It's basic economics, it's supply and demand. The town of Reading has actively worked to limit the supply of housing going back 50+ years. So we have not caused the crisis in Massachusetts, but we have contributed to it. If you guys haven't followed all of the MBTA community meetings, there's a few statistics which I thought were really demonstrative of the scope of the issue in town. In 1980, the average house in town cost less than 2.5 times the average income for residents, and this is without interest rates or anything like that, just cost of household income, less than 2.5 times. Today, the average house costs more than 6 times the average household income in town. The average households in town would need to see their income increase by $100,000 a year to afford the average home in town. I think currently more than half of renters in Reading and almost a third of homeowners are cost burdened by their home, which means that their house is so expensive that they can't afford other basic necessities. We've seen this play out in the last few years. The number of our neighbors that have patronized the food pantry has almost doubled. The number of children dependent on the food pantry has almost tripled. The housing crisis in town, the housing shortage, is actively harming our neighbors. It is actively harming our children. It is actively harming our community. I cannot in good conscience support a directive to do the absolute bare minimum to address this problem. I hope that you will join me in voting against this resolution. Thank you.
Ms. Downing?
Thank you. Mary Ann Downing, Precinct 4. I enthusiastically support this instructional motion, and I just wanted to counter a few of the things I've heard. You know, I respect Ms. Toomey's notion that she has people coming to her who want to have her build multi-unit housing or adapt their multi-unit housing, and I would counter that, you know, some of us moved here buying into single-family zones and paying a premium because we wanted to live in single-family zones. We did not want to live next to multi-unit apartment buildings, even if it's only 4 units. We don't want to deal with the parking. We don't want to, it's not that we're trying to be exclusionary, but you're changing the bargain that people made when they bought into single-family zoning, paying for their homes. They were not anticipating wide-scale changing of the zoning. Second, I'm not confident that all concerns, you know, we were talking about whether the town planners would take into account all concerns, and I think the discussion just now about minimal compliance is kind of key with that. I've sat down with the planners and I've heard them talk. I've attended some of the meetings and watched the meetings, and they do not want to go with minimal compliance. It's not Reading's job to solve all of the problems in our state. You know, building more housing is not going to make there be fewer people in the food pantry, because you need the affordability component that Mr. Sasso was talking about, that I tried to add to the Article 13 and was rejected. Otherwise, we're just going to build more high-priced housing, and we're going to have more of the same. When people talk about, oh, they don't want big giant housing units on some of this industrial zone, some of us might rather have it concentrated there and preserve our neighborhoods. I live on Heather Drive, and down in my area is Reading Woods. I know some people back years ago wanted that to be, Market Street, and instead it became 424 condos. We are getting millions and millions of property tax revenues from these condos. They're good neighbors. That's the kind of thing I think the town, if we have plots of land, it serves it well, it keeps it there, it's not destroying a single-family neighborhood. So those are just a few of the points I wanted to counter. I appreciate that costs are high and things are rough, but we're just one town. And I guess the last thing I'd add is someone was messaging me tonight. Wakefield was voting on their MBTA communities, and I think it didn't pass. And their plan was not unlike some of the initial plans coming to us. They were going above minimal compliance, high concentration near their train station, not enough parking, and those residents booted it. So just to John Sasso's point, we do want to have something coming here that passes in November, because we're not going to have more time. Wakefield had their one pass and it didn't make it, and they have time to fix it. So we all don't want to be, amending it on the floor, like they said. So I think having some guardrails, maybe we amend some of these, but I do think there's a lot of strong feeling in Reading that we want something that will pass. Thank you.
Further discussion? Yes, Mr. Donald Lorraine? We've just had a motion to end debate. It's non-debatable, and it requires 2/3 vote. All those in favor of ending debate, please rise.
Fourteen.
27.
27. 34. 29. Those opposed to ending debate, please rise.
Six.
6 again?
6 again.
Okay, 6.
15.
15.
9.
9. The vote being 104 in the affirmative, 36 in the negative. The question has been moved. We will proceed to a vote. All those in favor of the instructional motion, please raise your hand. And those opposed? And the motion does not carry.
Question the vote, Mr. Chair?
We have 7 people who question the vote? We need 7 to question the vote. Okay, 1, 2, 3, okay. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Wait, what? In favor of this.
Those, yes, do you want the?
14.
14. One. 6. 31. And those opposed? 12.
8.
8. 29. 36. Wow. Okay, the vote being 52 in the affirmative, 85 in the negative, the motion does not carry. We now move on to the 5th instructional motion. Ms. Murphy?
You don't have to bring it up. Perfect, thanks.
Melissa Murphy, Precinct 8. So I moved the Finance Committee, Select Board, School Committee, Killam School Building Project Committee, Council on Aging, Reading Center for Active Living Committee, Community Preservation Act Committee, and Simons Way Exploratory Committee to come together for a community meeting financial forum to give residents an outlook on the property tax implications of the below debt exclusion projects and any other anticipated capital projects that may not fall within the tax levy. Killam School Building Project, a senior intergenerational center, Simons Way, recommendations, partnerships, projects other than a senior intergenerational center, any other capital projects that might require a debt exclusion override, also Community Preservation Act, and how CPA is computed when it comes to the tax rate, such as, is the surcharge computed including the base, is included with the base tax rate or with the override debt exclusion rate?
Is there a second? Second. Ms. Murphy. Continue.
Okay, thanks. Residents should be informed of the exact reduction of the residential tax rate per thousand evaluation and/or average residential tax bill when the library and Reading High School debt exclusion comes off the property tax bill, and the corresponding potential increases to the residential tax rate per thousand evaluation or average residential tax bill for at least the above projects initiatives broken down by each project. As an example, such a breakdown could look like this, and this is just an example. 88 cents per thousand for 80 million debt on Killam, 32 cents per thousand for 28 million debt on Senior Intergenerational Center, and 150 on average $10,000 property tax bill for a CPA of a 1.5%. The Select Board should schedule such a meeting before the November town meeting and before any townwide vote is taken on any of the above projects or initiatives. So I do go through, you can kind of skip Laura or whoever, sorry, I don't know who has it, to why I did this instructional motion and why I think it goes beyond a financial forum. So I think that more boards and committees need to come together, not just FinCom, Select Board, and the school committee. All boards involved with defining, analyzing projects to be voted on should be part of the process. Residents need more specific property tax cost examples and information. Residents need to understand a master timeline of all upcoming projects and upcoming votes, including deadlines that cannot be extended and those that are open-ended. Residents need to understand town's priorities in terms of voting and timing and why the town and its boards committee set these priorities. Residents need at least one, if not multiple, opportunities to contribute their own voice and input on the above. The community needs more comprehensive details about the impacts of the current and future debt than it has been given in recent financial forums. Residents need exact numbers about how much debt contributes to the current tax rate current day. Residents need to understand how much future debt adds to the tax rate, updated to current interest and bond ratings. And residents need to understand what expected debt is coming before committing to a permanent CPA charge of 1% to 3%. So these were some examples of charts in a FinCom packet back in 2022. And I think that if we updated these charts, they would be really helpful for residents. A similar chart to this one would help residents calculate what their potential tax bill could look like if these were updated with interest rates. And then the second page is another example of a cost table that we need to have updated and discussed more with residents that can help them understand and determine their personal tax impact of any debt amount. Town website could have a calculator similar to Yes for Reading, which showed the override cost back in 2018, or we could just set up an easy formula for people to understand. X debt adds Y to the tax bill. For example, 5 million of debt equals $50 on an average tax bill, and an average home in Reading is about $859,000. Last is just a graph that I had made, which I think would be really helpful for residents to see this, because there are deadlines that I think residents need to be made aware of, and some of those dates cannot change. So I think that even making this more detailed in those meetings would be really helpful for residents to understand all of the projects that are happening. I have spoken with Mr. Ross, and I understand FinCom is planning a forum earlier than normal, and maybe even within this month, which is a great start. But I believe we are going to need several community sessions to be able to give residents proper in-depth information. After listening in and attending various meetings recently, like the COA and recalc meeting last week, it's clear to me that residents are looking for a clear outline of what these projects and initiatives are going to cost them. I worry that without a clear picture of the tax implications, we are putting these projects and initiatives in jeopardy of failing townwide vote.
Further discussion? Yes, right in the back.
Tara Gregory, Precinct 2. This instructional motion calls for the Select Board to schedule a community meeting or a financial forum before the November town meeting. FinCom holds at least one financial forum in the fall to discuss tax implications with residents. Last year, they held 2 meetings. I understand the want to know that the tax implications on these upcoming projects will be. We just don't have the necessary information yet for several of these projects listed. Projected costs for Killam, the Senior Center projects won't be available until this summer. The Select Board also recently established the committee to review if and how Reading will participate in the CPA program. Those results will not be available for another few months. I will be voting no on this instructional motion, as these topics will be covered during the fall financial forums, and when the information is available, and the requested meeting will not achieve this intended goal. Thank you.
Further discussion? Yes, right in the aisle. Yep.
My name is Nancy Zimlak, Precinct 5, and I am in support of this motion. I think this is a very important step that the town needs to do sooner rather than later. I am a proponent of a new and improved senior center here in Reading. The seniors have outgrown our current building. There's not enough room. There's accessibility issues. There's the recalc committee has done a report and made recommendations, and the Council on Aging is actively involved in this discussion. And with all of these projects that are going to come up for a vote by the town in 2025, we need to have facts and figures now. I am already seeing on Facebook, town Facebook pages, exorbitant numbers that in terms of what a tax increase might be. And what that does is it scares residents into thinking that perhaps we can't afford all these projects, but we don't know because we don't have the facts and figures. And we need these facts and figures sooner rather than later so that the Killam School and an upgraded senior/community center both can be accomplished in 2025 and receive the support of the town. So I am in favor of some kind of financial forum which involves a number, not only FinCom and Select Board, but other community groups that are involved in these projects.
Further discussion? Mr. Sasso?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Sasso, Precinct 2. I, too, support this motion. One of the things I'd like to remind folks of actually was another instructional motion I had passed, I think it was either the last town meeting or the one before, about having a better perspective on our master plan. I think what the residents of the community expect, and I actually mentioned this at the recalc meeting the other day, is that we have a plan. And I think establishing a meeting like this gives us another opportunity to articulate to the community that, yeah, we got it. We understand what's going to happen. We know we may not have every little detail, but I think people need to see that. And I think we've, unfortunately, for the last few years, I guess I'll call it spaghetti planning. We've thrown things at the wall and try to see what sticks. And I certainly don't approve of that approach, and I'd like to see us have a better view of it. And I think this would be a great first step to kind of get us all back together. Because we just, honestly, we haven't had a plan in this community since 2005. That was the last master plan. And there was nothing in the budget this year about adding that to the community's priorities. So I do think this is an important step. I think this type of an approach is never wasted. I think getting people out there and communicating, giving folks in the community the opportunity to see and hear that we are actually aligned and we have an approach, even if we don't have all the details, is still worth it. Thank you.
Further discussion? Ms. Binder.
Angela Binder, Precinct 5. I agree with Ms. Murphy that this information needs to come out and people are concerned about their taxes. But I am going to respectfully disagree with my neighbor Nancy and vote against this because this to me seems extremely unwieldy and there are too many parts to it. I serve on the Simons Way Exploratory Committee. It says Simons Way recommendations, partnerships, projects other than possible intergenerational to give some sort of tax implications. Simons Way Exploratory Committee is making recommendations soon to the Select Board, and they are just broad level things. If the town and the Select Board want to go forward with something small, we can build, we can do nothing, we can leave it as conservation land. We can build a few pickleball courts or a field. We can do a little more, we can do a big thing. They are recommendations for the Select Board to put out there, and maybe the town says we don't want to do anything right now because we've got Killam and we have something else and the senior intergenerational center going on. So we sunset in June, and I'm begging the Select Board to not extend that because we're tired of it. So we don't even exist anymore. And I think that there are too many parts. I think the FinCom does a really good job, and they have financial foremans, and there have been years where there have been two of us there. So there are meetings where you can go and you can get information. You know, the CPA committee, I don't even know that that's established yet, or they've even had their first meeting. And I'm sure that when that goes forward, when we start seeing the costs of other things, the CPA committee will make its recommendations based upon other things. The first time there was the move for the override, I remember our previous town manager put forth an ask, and a lot of people said, oh, that's going to be too high. It's not going to pass with that high ask. And it didn't pass, and the next time it came around, it was a smaller ask. So there are a lot of pieces that will fit together, and as the months go on, different committees will listen to each other and say, okay, we need this and we need that, and we can adjust this. And I think that this is a good idea. I also think it would be important to into this huge pot, let's throw split tax rate up there too as another thing to examine when we're talking about it. But I'm against this because I don't even know how you would put this together. And I think that the Select Board, the FinCom, the Killam School Building Committee, and the whoever's running the COA or should work together and have several meetings and start doing that. But I think that all of this is a little too wieldy. So I appreciate the sentiment. We all need information, but I'm going to vote against this.
Mr. Berman?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Barry Berman, Precinct 6. I actually like the idea of this. And the reason is that we have all of these great volunteers really digging in and leaning in, and you know, you've got folks trying to get a new Killam school built. We've been working on trying to get a new senior center done, and everybody's working hard and digging in. But I think we're operating in a silo, right? What happens is that everybody's working on these projects. Nobody, or at least I haven't seen it, maybe I haven't been paying attention that much, no one has really looked at sort of what's the cadence of when these projects are going to come? What's going to be the overall effect? You have advocates who are going to be advocating for the certain projects without really hearing about other kinds of things. I know when I served on the FinCom, we were very astute about trying not just to say, okay, well, what about this override? We were really trying to get people to let them know also what's coming next, so that the first one to the gate on a vote isn't the winner, because at the end of that, people are tired and they don't want to vote for another tax increase. So I think we need to have the whole thing sort of broadly discussed. I'm not sure this is the right thing, but in theory, I do support it, so I probably will vote for it. And it's really, I mean, in my view, it's really the role of the FinCom to really run this thing with maybe the Select Board and the School Committee, because they're the ones that are going to be able to kind of bring things together, so all of these projects can be discussed as a whole, as opposed to their individual sort of siloed things where people they're going to make a recommendation for this and a recommendation for that. Someone's got to be responsible for what the entire overall package is, so that we as voters can decide what we want to do. Because the last thing in the world we want to do is we don't want to have the parents of school-age children fighting it out with seniors over limited tax dollars. We need to have the whole thing broadly presented, right, so that people can kind of understand what the priorities are. Maybe we can do everything. Maybe we can't. But we just need to have all the information about when it's all going to come together. So I'm going to vote yes for this, not because I think it's perfect, but because I think it really sends a message that we really need to have the overall discussion as opposed to individual projects. Thank you.
Mr. Gardino?
Phil Dardino, Precinct 3. Move the question.
Question, is there a second? Second? Okay, this requires a 2/3 vote. Point of information? No, we have a motion which is non-debatable to move the question. So we will now take a vote on ending debate. All those in favor of ending debate, please rise.
Six.
6.
3.
3.
14.
14.
25.
25. And those opposed to ending debate?
$17.
17.
15.
15.
14.
14. And
35.
35. The vote being 48 in the affirmative, 81 in the negative. The motion, we continue debate. Further discussion. Mr. Bashi.
They asked for a count. Take the council.
All right, I'm here to talk about pickleball again. No, just kidding. I actually want to compliment my colleague, Mark Doxer. Mark Doxer has been talking about a master plan probably for a couple of years now. All I see up here is something that's not perfect, but I see a community meeting.
all right? We all want community input, that's what we talk about a lot. Recalc and COA and Killam and all these other committees have been at it for a long time. And all this is a community meeting. We post all our boards and committees, and if people come, they come. If they don't, they don't. I mean, the respective committees, and anyone else can come. All this is a community meeting. We're already planning financial forum early, as Melissa stated. But this is in addition to, just to get more input from the boards and committees that may be valuable, all right? We got a lot going on in town, and all the boards and committees are addressing it individually. So I'm going to support this. I know some things, again, it's not perfect, but it's a community meeting. And we'll try to have it and see how it goes. It's only going to help us. It's not going to hurt us. That's it. Thank you.
Further discussion? Right behind Mr. Brown. Was it? Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Karen Janowski, Precinct 2. I'm really strongly in favor of this instructional motion. I think it's an excellent idea. I'm on the Council on Aging. I'm on the Simons Way Exploratory Committee. We have, Barry brought up about silos. We have been working in silos, and this is a coordinated effort to get all of us together in the same room. I think this is a really important step for us, and it gives us an opportunity to discuss all of the issues that are before us, all of the financial issues, all of our priorities, and I think this is an excellent idea. I want it sooner. I don't want to wait until the fall. I think we need to deal with it now. There are too many balls up in the air, and we have been working in silos, and this is an opportunity for all of us to come together, and I strongly urge my town meeting members, my colleagues, to vote in favor of this particular instructional motion. Thank you.
Right here on the edge. Yes.
Chris Futo, Precinct 4. I'm surprised to hear so many people suggesting that this is some kind of novel idea, because this seems exactly like the type of presentation that's put forth by the Finance Committee at the Financial Forum every single year. And it's my understanding that at the Financial Forum, committees are invited to participate, and residents are invited to participate, and committees are coming to give presentations. So I don't understand why this instructional motion is even necessary. The second part is, we would all love to have additional information about how much the tax bill is going to be for all of this. We would all like more certainty about how much this is going to cost and how we're going to be able to do this all. And we would like that information sooner. But wanting that doesn't make it going to happen. My understanding from everything that I've heard about these projects and going forward at meetings and what I've been reading is that we're not going to have that information. We're not going to have that this summer. We're not going to have that till much later. So I don't understand, if we're not going to have that information that we're seeking in these meetings, what this type of forum, what the point of having that forum is going to be. Thank you.
Further discussion? Right in the far, yes.
Thank you. Heather Klisch, Precinct 7. I'm also opposed to this motion, in large part because I really see this as the job of the Select Board and FinCom. I disagree that some of the committees have been as siloed as positioned. I was on the Simons Way Exploratory Committee, SWEC up there. We had me from CPDC, we had someone from Recalc, we had someone from the Recreation Committee, we had other experts, we had our current chair of the Select Board. All of these committees, I believe, are committees that have been formed by the Select Board. So the coordination should be happening through that venue. The evaluation of the finances and how that all goes with the information that's available on the flow that is available is FinCom. The way this is posed, we're talking about, I don't know, if you average about 8 people per committee, a meeting that's hosted by 55 or 60 people, which is not terribly effective. We've all had our hearings. I see this as the job of the Select Board, FinCom. Thank you very much.
Further discussion? Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll get there. As you know, I was elected to town meeting 57 years ago, and I dug out my town report from 1969. We had the same problem. Nothing changes but the date in the calendar. I'm in favor of this motion.
We got a hand right down here on the Finance Committee? Yep. Oh, Mr. Ross, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ed Ross, Precinct 5. It's late. And FinCom Chair. So my only issue with this is, I talked to Ms. Murphy about this, is that, so a couple things. We are in the process of doing something in the spring, hopefully in the next month or so. But my issue is that with this in specifics is that for some of this, we're just not going to have information yet. As far as like tax impact. And I think, so I think the spirit of this is correct. I think we're going to need a series of these. I don't think this is a one-shot deal. I think anytime, and we talk about this, I'm on the Killam, I always say it wrong, Carla, the Killam Building School Committee. Did I get it wrong? I screwed it up. I screwed it up again. It's 11. In our committee, we've talked about it in the sense that we want as much community outreach as possible, and we need to do it, repeatedly. So again, where we are from, just specifically for Killam, we're still a few months away from having any type of idea as far as what the projected solution might be or the plans might be. Costs are going to come after that. So I want to, kind of temper for some folks. I understand the urgency, and as a homeowner, I want to know it as well. But some of these things are still a little bit further out of our reach. And so again, I think it's one of these things where we'll need a series of these and not just one that we have to put together.
Right on the edge. Yes. Ms. Zimlock?
Can I make, Nancy Zimlack, Precinct 5, can I make a, what's it called, a friendly amendment to this? I would like it to read, the Finance Committee, the Select Board, come together for a financial forum to give residents an outlook on the property tax implications of the debt exclusion projects and any other anticipated capital projects that may not fall within the tax levy, period. And eliminate all the rest of this. And what I'm hearing is that this is too confusing. It's too many things going on. What we need is the Finance Committee and the Select Board to come together and so that we are gathering this information in a central forum, and we are not working in silos, because we're working in silos right now. And you've got volunteers that are putting a lot of hours into this project. And if it's not going to happen, if it's just not going to happen, we need to know that. So I would like to make a friendly amendment, and I don't know if
I wouldn't call that a friendly amendment. It's a fairly...
I don't know if I need Melissa's approval for that, but I think if you just take that first paragraph, perhaps that's what people here
Let's get
could.
exactly what you want to do before we accept it. What is it exactly that you want to change it to?
I want to change it to the Finance Committee and the Select Board come together for a financial forum to give residents an outlook on the, I don't know what that is, property implications of the debt exclusion projects and any other anticipated capital projects that may not fall within the tax levy, period.
You wanted to end there. I will accept that because you're reducing the size of it as opposed
Yep.
to adding something to it.
Yeah.
Is there a second to that? Second, okay. Any further discussion? Do you have, no? Any further discussion on the proposed amendment, which eliminates a big chunk of this? Way in the corner. Oh, I'm sorry. Where are you pointing to? Oh, okay. Well, I saw you raising your hand. That's why I was asking you. Ms. Downing?
Ms. Zimlak, I just wanted to ask, I don't know if I'm amending your amendment, but I wanted to ask, double-check your intent, because Melissa's motion, a lot of people are focused on exact numbers, and it seems like your friendly amendment would also require exact numbers to have some meaning. And would you be willing to have the word estimated in there somewhere so that there can be some waffle room where, like, Melissa had some kind of slide here which said like, oh, 5 million of debt would be this much money, and I know because I gave her the FinCom packet and she extracted that. Like, would you be willing to have estimated in what you had?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Thank you.
Where are you putting that? I don't want to,
An outlook on estimated, yeah, I think you got it in there proper versus exact.
can we get that on the screen somehow? I don't know. It's oh, what am I looking at over there? Okay, good. Okay, I just don't see it up there. All right, good. All right, so if there's no objection, we'll take that as Ms. Zimlak's motion. Okay, further discussion on the proposed amendment? Yes, right here.
Hi, Carrie Perry, Precinct 6. I support this, but I was wondering if we could further include this last sentence here and maybe remove the November reference, but making note that this meeting should take place before any townwide vote takes place, because I think the whole purpose of it is to provide transparency, have the community see what the estimated or proposed costs could be, so that then we as town meeting members can properly vote on that based on what our precincts and our neighbors feel and what we feel. Thank you.
Okay, are you actually proposing an amendment? If not, if you are, we have to wait till we've handled the first amendment.
It was a friendly amendment to add to that. If I know she's trying to take out the middle, I didn't know if she was open to retaining the end.
So can I just agree to add that to mine?
You want to add that to yours?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any objection to adding that? Okay, then we will, let's make sure we've got this down. You got that? Okay. All right, further discussion on the proposed amendment. Yes, Ms. Murphy?
So actually, I would accept these as friendly amendments. The only caveat, I completely agree, I understand that having all of these committees together would be a large amount of people. I don't know how we could word it, or suggest it even maybe is the proper word, to have board members from those other committees to be available in those meetings for questions that the residents may have that may go beyond the information that the FinCom member or the select board members have, just so that if we're going to do a couple of these, that we can really be able to give residents all the information that they're looking for at these meetings.
Do you have an exact proposed amendment? We can't vote on, vote on exactly.
Come together. And maybe add, inviting members of all other committees to attend. And they're not going to run it, but then if FinCom and Select Board are running those meetings and we have those other members there, I think that maybe we can get, oh, yes. Also, the other part of that is that we've put in there about debt exclusion projects and anticipated capital projects, but I would like to add CPA as well.
This is getting confusing.
So I don't know if...
Do we have a point of order? Excuse me.
Yeah.
Can you come over? We can't hear you.
Thank you. Dave Talbot, Precinct 5. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It just feels like we're kind of cobbling together an entirely new instructional motion on the fly at this point, and that I know IMs are supposed to be done a week or two before town meeting, and this I've lost track of what these 3 or 4 or 5 different amendments are. I just think I've never seen anything like this before.
I do agree, it's getting very confusing, and we've changed it a lot without any real votes on this. If we can come up with some exact wording, we'll take a vote on one proposed amendment, because I'm losing track of what we've got. So do we have exactly what the we have everything up until your proposed change.
Would you mind reading it? I can't read it from here, sorry. It's kind of small.
So what I have here is the Finance Committee and Select Board come together for a committee meeting, or for a community financial forum to give residents an outlook on the estimated property tax implications of the below debt exclusion projects and any other anticipated capital projects that may not fall within the tax levy, inviting all other committees to attend.
Can I just, my original one eliminated the word community meeting. This should really just be a financial forum. That's the only thing. We can have community meetings where people come and they get more information, but this is just a financial meeting. That's my original one.
Ms. Murphy was the original.
Sorry.
This is her proposed instruction.
That was my friendly amendment.
Yeah.
We need to get control of this. We're losing track. And I think if you have the word below, you need to include the debt exclusions, right? Somewhere up here, doesn't it say the below debt exclusions? So that the debt exclusions would have to be part of this. Well, my opinion is we're going to have to vote at least on one major change, because we've lost track of what the changes are. Keep in mind that these are advisory. We don't have to. We're not developing an exact rule here, but I'm going to allow that as one proposed amendment. We'll vote on the amendment, and then if that passes, then we can discuss the whole issue again. Now, one last question, Ms. Murphy. Did you have one last change that I'm not sure we got?
I did want to add CPA in there as somewhere under debt exclusions and other anticipated capital projects. So maybe you write debt exclusions, comma, CPA, comma, and other anticipated capital projects.
All right. And I suggest that we have to include the debt exclusion since we're, oh, I see, okay. Yes. All right. So we'll consider that one proposed amendment, all of those changes. So we'll talk about that for a few minutes before we vote on that. Further discussion on the proposed amendment. Yes.
Eric Gaffin, Precinct 4. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can I ask you a couple quick questions to the Finance Committee? Is there anything in the scope of what we're talking about on all of these amendments that you don't talk about in the financial forum? Or would all of these things be subject to be part of the financial forum whenever they occur?
Mr. Ross?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ed Ross, FinCom Chair. So, quick answer, yes. All of this would be included. Practically, though, when we schedule a forum, it's around 2 or 3 different topics, and so we'll have them over a couple different nights. So yes, all of these things would be addressed at some point. It's all depending on the situation at the time. But this looks like a financial forum.
So it seems to me that really what the essence of Ms. Murphy's suggestion here is get more committees invited to the financial forum and perhaps have the financial forum a little more frequently so that it doesn't always occur in the fall or always occur at a certain time of year, that as needed to inform the rest of the town, we have more frequent financial forums and we make sure we invite all the committees. It seems pretty simple to me. It seems like something the Finance Committee and the Select Board could just do. And it feels like we're overcomplicating it. That's all. Thank you.
Further discussion on the proposed amendments? None appearing. Are we ready for the vote? All those in favor of the series of amendments that have been made to this, please raise your hand. And those opposed? The motion carries. Okay, we are now discussing, the motion as amended. Mr. Doxer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just very quickly, everybody's right. I think everything everybody said about this is correct. Let's just make it nice and easy. We need to talk about all the projects that are going on. We need to see where all the priorities are. We need to talk about what the implications are going to be. The implications in terms of dollars and cents aren't going to be available as quickly as a lot of people would like. And that's the way, it's just it is what it is. But the discussion certainly needs to go on already. And we need to be looking at what's in front of us. The Select Board has, in fact, set out some basic priorities in terms of where things are with the committees that it's established and the reports that are coming back from those committees. But it's starting to be time, now that we're starting to have potentially a site decision that can come maybe in the next month or so through the Select Board on Senior Center. The Killam Committee is moving forward nicely as well. We can have more discussions about what those things are. And the Select Board also has formed a committee to explore the CPA. The implications of what they may recommend won't be known for several months, but it is something that is being considered to understand what do you get from doing that kind of stuff. And I think that as the community wants to hear as much as they can, and I think as long as the expectations are that it's a kind of a work in process as opposed to a finished product, I think we'll make really good progress on it. I think that if people are more prone to just kind of say, it is X and it's done, I think that's going to be a really hard discussion because we're not going to be able to do that for a fairly long time. I applaud that the Finance Committee putting together this early forum, I think is just right to get it going. Folks, there could be different ways to finance some of these projects than the typical ones we've done in the past. That's great stuff to talk about in the financial forum. It's a perfect opportunity to do that. We have been talking about planning and trying to figure it out. And no, we haven't funded a new plan, and perhaps that's something we need to do. But we have been thinking about these things. As we get the details, they start to come together. We want to work together with the community to make sure we're clear on it. So thanks for all the comments.
Further discussion? Yes, right here in the middle. Yep. Yes. Mr. Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tom Grant, Precinct 4, and I appreciate you remembering my name partway down. It means a lot. I don't know, I can't read the instructional motion. Is there any way we could get into just a different format so we could see it?
Is there any way?
So a lot of, the instructional motion is basically gone. This is the spirit of it, and just the spirit's good. Just to me, this sounds like a normal financial forum. So I don't know why we need to vote for this when this was going to happen anyway. So I'm not going to support this motion.
Further discussion? Yes, Ms. Alvarado?
Vanessa Alvarado, Precinct 5. I want to take a moment separate from this. There's been a few people tonight that have made comments about the way long-term planning capital projects have been arranged or planned or funded. And there's the 10-year capital plan is in this book right here, or in this warrant. Someone referred to the way we've been doing planning as, throwing spaghetti at a wall. I find that really disrespectful to not just our current town manager, but the previous two, as well as the staff and FinCom and the select board that have spent decades upon decades making these plans for our town. I don't think these plans are siloed. I think the staff has been doing a great job, and I just want to thank them and everyone who's at the front of the room for the work you've been doing, and to the previous town managers who have contributed so much, as well as our town accountant. That's all. Thank you.
Further discussion? Mr. Gardino?
Phil Dardino, Precinct 3. It's not the only thing I do, but, it's not the only thing I do. But let's move the question, okay?
Okay. Is there a second? Second. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of ending debate, please rise.
Twenty-two.
22.
35.
35.
36.
36.
38.
38. Those opposed to ending debate, please rise.
Three.
3. 2. 2.
0.
0 and
1.
1. Okay. The vote being 131 in the affirmative, 6 in the negative. The question has been moved. We will move to a vote on this instructional motion. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And those opposed? And the chair is in doubt. All those in favor, please rise. Yeah, all those in favor, please rise.
Four.
4.
15.
15.
16.
16.
31.
31. All those opposed, please rise.
Nine.
9.
6.
6.
34.
34.
21.
21. The vote being 66 in the affirmative, 70 in the negative. The motion does not carry.
Move to adjourn.
I don't know who made the motion. Keep in mind, if we adjourn sine die, you don't get to the last two motions.
Move to adjourn.
Ms. Bender?
Yes.
Move to adjourn. Are you talking about for the evening?
Well, yes. Move to adjourn.
Excuse me. What is your motion?
Move to adjourn sine die.
Okay. Moving to adjourn sine die ends this town meeting, so we would not do any other business. Tonight would be the last night. I just want to make sure you understand that. It's non-debatable, but I just want to make sure you know that's what the
Point of
motion is.
information,
Point of information?
how many instructional motions are left?
There are 2 more.
Thank you.
Okay? All right. All those in favor of what's the point of information?
Has been made.
What are the two motions, please?
One of them is, let's see, you all should have had this in your package, but one of them involves changing the town seal, and another one involves Auburn Street, repairing the roads on Auburn Street around the new water tower. Okay? All those in favor of adjourning this town meeting, sine die, please raise your hand. And those opposed? And the chair is in doubt. All those in favor of adjourning sine die, please rise.
Eighteen.
18,
21.
21,
27.
27,
15.
15. All those opposed to adjourning for the sine die, please rise.
8.
8,
4.
4,
17.
17,
23.
23. The vote being 81 in the affirmative, 52 in the negative. This town meeting stands adjourned, sine die.